Greetings, everybody. Happy Friday the 13th, and welcome to yet another Friday night bonus stream of the Viewer's Choice versus Fighting Game Variety. The 15th? 16th? I don't know, I can't count. However many we've been doing since the Community Challenge type format.
Love you!
Bowling Mania, thank you very much for the follow. Opponent, Asti Red Devil, Jay, Sanuj, lurkers in chat, VOD viewers, everybody else, folks on YouTube, that's a thing. Welcome. Good evening, good morning, good afternoon, good whatever time it is from where you're watching. Over here, it's about 7 o'clock, as you could possibly guess. Although the we're past the worst as far as laser beams go. It's fairly mild, despite actually being pretty sunny today. Fighting the 13th, yes, indeed. Except, well, it's actually, which one is it? Yeah, it's 16. It's the 16th. Sort of monthly, I guess. Whatever. We've been doing this for a while. We've been doing more than 16 of these streams, but this is the 16th one since we started doing the current format, if you will. And the current format, as it is such that we will do some raffles. We will collect willing participants, or at least the names of them, in a list, and we will pull one of those names, and the winner will get to pick whichever game we play next. What's up, Ushi? Happy Friday. And we'll play the game for usually somewhere between 30 and 60 minutes-ish. We'll go for kind of an arcade mode playthrough or equivalent, or something else depending on what kind of modes and features the game in question has to offer. I make no no qualms about some games being fucking impossible, some games being terrible. Sometimes that means I will bang my head against it until I finish it. Other times that means I will unceremoniously give up and we'll move on to the next game. The main purpose of this isn't to, I don't know, flex my skills and show off how awesome I am at these games, which is good because I'm not. This is A, for having fun. B, for, I don't know, digging up some old crap from the old backlog back there. I have a lot of games and I keep buying more. This shit never ends. But a lot of these games I don't necessarily, dig out to play all that frequently. So having some of you guys help pick for me what we're going to play, always a good time. We will, a little bit later on, be enabling some channel point rewards for skipping ahead and just picking the next game, as well as picking which character I'll be playing in whatever game we're going to be doing. But we definitely make sure to have the first raffle, be performed completely without, I can't promise people won't rig it, but at least we'll do a proper raffle and won't have people picking a game until we get at least one proper raffle in. A little bit of housekeeping, I guess, as usual. Some status updates, if you will. I'm doing a bit of light, casual, just chatting before we get into the main event here. I mentioned this on Discord, and figured it's only just that I mentioned it here too. I've been very busy this past week. We've had a work thing. We have a delivery on a project that was was somewhat troubled. So we had a lot of work to make up for in a very short amount of time, and that actually has gone very, very well. We are delivering today, and I'm super happy and proud and satisfied of all the work we've managed to pull out in a very truncated schedule, but it's been quite stressful. And we have a bunch of other projects coming up in the next couple of weeks, which, may also have a slight impact on stream not necessarily the schedule as such, but maybe the level of intensity or length of streams and such. You know, kind of like in the past week or so. Nothing major, hopefully, but I can't promise there won't be some impact. But one exciting positive that sort of came about, not as a direct result of this per se, but in the midst of all of this, is that I actually got what I consider to be a pretty big promotion at work. And it's been sort of in the making, but it's the situation as it was over the past week, I guess, made it clear that it was the right move. And I guess I could go into detail. It would be kind of uninteresting, I would imagine. But long story short, I have a bunch of exciting new responsibilities, and I'm rid of certain other responsibilities, I guess. Well, I mean, just for some context, basically, you know, my job it's been interesting and fun and exciting. I'm an artist by trade, but I've been, and I do, or have done at least, a lot of teaching. The company I work for does run a vocational school a vocational school for game development, where I've been teaching art for about 8 years, I guess, at this point. But that's only part of my job, and it's been a kind of shrinking part of it, as I've been more focused on our in-house production. We do game-related stuff, but a lot of like mobile apps. We do a lot of stuff that isn't really made for the public, but like demos and proof of concepts and installations for events and stuff like that, like using mobile technology and whatever else, software development. And I have sort of I still like teaching, it's fun, but having that as my main responsibility hasn't been, as it turns out, it hasn't quite been where my passion has been. It's been more exciting and rewarding to work in production, and even not just as focused on art, because most of what we do isn't like super art heavy. It's more, and I mean, that's partially due to how our team composition has looked, I suppose. But in any case, I've sort of moved more towards a, not a management role per se, but like, I don't even know, well, getting shit done and like pushing forward and, you know, collaboration and communication and all that kind of stuff. And, what that has sort of culminated in is that as of today, my official title is development lead. So that means that I'm basically part of a two-man, or two-person, I should say, team. My sort of counterpart, who is the project manager, I guess we'd call it in English. The
congrats.
100 mega shock from Glowforge. Thank you, I appreciate that. Like, this other person basically is the one who's in charge of like planning and scheduling and like staff matters and dealing with clients, as far as like running projects. And my responsibility is kind of within the team, and sort of like, it's not exact, well, I mean, I've had the job for about 1 day, so I guess it's hard to say. Although, the reason I have the title now is because I've been doing the job. But that's kind of how that tends to work, right? But it's sort of a leadership role. It's sort of a manager kind of role, but it's also, I'm definitely in the thick of things as far as production goes, and I'm still basically the only artist on the team, so it's not like I won't be doing art. But I don't know, like I said, it's really exciting. It's like in line with what the kind of stuff I want to do, and it's pretty cool to have that sort of recognition and appreciation from from my superiors and my team, and like have basically get to do the sort of stuff I was doing and have wanted to do, but in a sort of more formal and official capacity with the responsibilities that come with it, but also the kind of mandate, I guess, to like actually make decisions and not worry if you're overstepping your bounds and whatnot. And as it happens, it also comes with a pay bump. So I got a salary increase as of this week as well. Technically, I guess it's retroactive from this month, so even better. So that is very exciting news on a personal front, which will likely not have that much of an impact on anything I do on stream, except I guess I have a little bit of more spare cash for irresponsible purchases of old video games and shit. In any case, I will have a lot of work to do in the near future. I'm already extremely excited for summer holiday and getting a couple of weeks off work in July. But yeah, it feels like a sort of the other shoe dropping on kind of a very drawn out process of figuring out exactly what my position is within our organization, and that's exciting to me. And between that and between work generally, like our delivery this week, like having gone really well, as well as me having received a shipment of old stuff from Japan that we will be unboxing on stream tomorrow, everything's coming up Millhouse this week, is how I feel. So I'm in an excellent mood today. I'm really pumped to be playing some maybe great, maybe terrible fighting games. That's in you guys' hands. We're gonna have a good time though. I know that for sure. Am I gonna buy an Astro City or a Vulix? Well, I mean, let's not overstate the impact of my my new salary. It's maybe not quite on that scale. That said, you know, I would absolutely love to get an Astro City or a, you know, Blast City, Egret, whatever, like that kind of a sit-down cabinet. That shit's expensive, and I don't think I'd have a really good spot for it. I mean, I have room. It's not that it couldn't fit anywhere in my apartment, but I don't have a good spot for it. Not to mention, I'm absolutely terrified of the idea of, like, maintenance for an arcade cabinet, as well as, like, dealing with PCBs and games and the monitor. Like, it's a dream in theory, but I don't know. It's something I have, I've entertained the idea. I've certainly fantasized about it, but it's not on the immediate, you know, shopping list, so to speak. But hey, who knows? Maybe one day. What's up, Jersey? Watching some arcade streamer putting in a new monitor, excited for only having modest burn-in. Yeah, you know, it's like that too. I mean, dude, even just getting it delivered, like, you know, I don't drive, I don't have a driver's license, so I'd have to, like, just the logistics of transporting something like that is that, and it's like, if someone gifted it to me for free, I'd make it work. I'd figure it out, sure, obviously, but the work of getting that sorted would be enough of a challenge to, like, almost put me off. And then you're talking about all the money that goes into it on top of that, and like I said, maintenance and everything else. Like, whew, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, there are solutions outside of dealing with original PCBs for sure. I guess it's just some of that stuff, like, I haven't done any serious research into it, because it's not like that isn't the it's not like that's the one thing keeping me from doing it. It's just more one of many. But everything I keep hearing from anyone who's into PCB collecting or, like, doing anything with original arcade hardware is that, like, prices similarly, but possibly even worse than, like, old games and stuff in general, has just skyrocketed in the past, like, 5 to 10 years. The thing with the Ninja Warriors is, like, you would only really be able to play that on a dedicated cabinet, unless there's some extremely... Well, actually, I shouldn't say that for a fact, because I don't know if the game had other versions. Like, I know there's been some games that had, like, single screen and dual screen versions, but I would have to imagine that Darius and Ninja Warriors were only... Like, that there were not single screen versions of those, at least. And because they're made for multiple monitors in a very particular setup, you couldn't really... Like, you would have to have that setup or something equivalent, I guess. Whether that means that the games themselves are more sought after than not, I guess I couldn't answer, but it'd be quite the complicated setup. And as cool as that game is, I wouldn't say that it would be my go-to for what I would want to put on a cabinet. Although having a deluxe Darius or a Ninja Warriors cabinet in your, like, kitchen, that'd be quite the flex. Bruno, what's up? Happy Friday. It is indeed Friday. Friday the 13th, even. And it is, more importantly, time for some fighting games. Shit, there was something else I had top of my mind. Oh yeah, maybe, I guess I was thinking of, there's been some, like, there's been some video game news type stuff to come out recently that I had some, was kind of interested in maybe talk and look at. Not today, but maybe on tomorrow's stream. Like, they put out a new trailer for the upcoming King of Fighters 15 DLC with the Southtown team that's out next week. There's been updates on Gotham Knights, which I'm increasingly unexcited for, but I'm still, like, kind of curious, and I feel like I have some sort of obligation to follow up on that. And there's, like, one or two other news headlines or trailers or something that I felt like I was kind of interested. Like, it's been a while since we did one of those news roundup streams. So maybe we'll come back to some of that on tomorrow's stream, but we do also have a bunch of unboxing stuff. In fact, I actually got a second package in the mail today. I didn't collect it, but it's ready for pickup, so I'll go collect that tomorrow morning. So we got our work cut out for us just with unboxing stuff tomorrow, so we might not have time for you know, we might have limited time for just chatting. We'll see. Time to get a new apartment. I mean, the thing is, frankly, I make terrible use of the space I have. I have a kitchen and I have a bedroom, and they're both, like, not empty, but there's a lot of space that's not really used for much more than, like, piles of crap. I don't know. There is absolutely, undoubtedly a corner there I could squeeze in. Well, maybe not. I might have to redecorate a little bit to fit a you know, deluxe Darius cabinet. But an Astro City or the like, you know, yeah, sure. That's... I don't need a new apartment for that. In any case, we're here to play some fighting games, and for those of you who may have missed it, let's just drop this link once more in chat. You have a little spreadsheet there if my bot wants to cooperate. There we go. And you can click that link and you can see the games that are available to select or play on tonight's stream. You also have links to Twitch VODs and YouTube videos for all the previous installments for these streams. If you see something on that list that you wish you would have been around to watch me play, well, there's your answer. Yeah, I think we're about ready. Uchi's getting ready. Initiating rigging protocols. That's a good idea. That's a good idea. Reminder also that subscribers to the channel will get preferential treatment in terms of increased luck or increased probability of winning. I guess that's luck. It's the simple and less work-intensive system I'd been able to devise. I feel bad every time because I'm like, you know, I need to fucking set up some proper incentives to actually sub. But that's what we got. So subscribers get 3 times luck, meaning you're 3 times more likely to get picked. you will have 66 and 2/3 chance of winning instead of the 50-50 chance of winning. That checks out. You cannot argue with Big Papa Pump's arithmetic. And with that, I believe all the technical doodads and who sits and whatnots have been arranged. Yeah, this looks good. So I do believe that the raffle is officially open. I have a little chat thing. Wow, every time I do this, I'm like, oh shit, I set that up? That's cool. I forgot. Anyway, type raffle in chat. You can add an exclamation mark before or after the word if you would so choose. If that makes you feel better, it does not affect your likelihood of winning or whether you are entered or not. Just typing the word raffle in any configuration will do the trick. We will do this first. Well, I cannot promise it's rigging free, but it is as fair as we can make it. And with this raffle out of the way, we will, provided I can remember, enable some channel point rewards for upcoming game picks. Feel free, of course, to help keep things moving by perusing the list of games ahead of time and figuring out what you want to play. I know some people here have long lists of games ready to be chosen. But if you get caught off guard winning the raffle, that's fine. You don't have to stress it. I'm always eager. It's always exciting, but a little well, I was gonna say nerve-wracking. That's maybe overselling it a little bit. It's just a tiny bit tense in finding out people's approach to picking games and what game we'll start off with and set the tone for the evening. But yeah, I will say this, it's all games from my collection, yet every time I end up being surprised about what's picked, and it's always like stuff I wouldn't have thought to pick myself, which is great. It's kind of the whole point. That's why I like doing these streams. But doing them, I guess, roughly once a month, that's about right.
Unspeakable horror awaits you.
Itinerant Soldier. 9 months of unspeakable horror. We are going to fight as many as we can. Thank you very much for your continued support. And congrats on your brand new purple skull. That's a nice one. I like that one. Reminds me that I still need to add some higher rank skulls. I have a few slots that I haven't used, I don't think. Last chance, type raffle in chat if you want to enter. Name will be pulled in mere seconds.
Let's go!
Alright, let's do it. Boom! Ushi84. I mean, just what can you say? Just excellent rigging across the board. Immaculate rigging work. I congratulate thee on a job well done. Now all that remains is to let us all know what is it going to be. Rigging complete. Indeed. So what are we playing? Where are we starting tonight's journey through Fight Man's? Groove on Fight. Let's give it a shot. I'm a little bit scared. When we streamed the other day, we played a bit of DD Crew, and for not any good reason I can think of, we had some weird slowdown issues with the game not running full speed. I hope that's not a weird thing about MAME or my PC exploding, but I guess we'll find out. So give me a sec here to set things up. I guess we'll hop on over here. Get some kind of arcade stick situation sorted here. Now, it should be mentioned that I know basically jack shit about this game. I mean, I have technically played it. But really only technically. I really don't think I could say much of anything about how this game works, what any character can do, or anything of this sort. So anybody in chat who has any amount of expertise, experience, advice, hints and tips, you know, I welcome it all. Backseating, highly encouraged. But let's see if we can mash some buttons and have a good time. Let's see, do I have it? Is it called something? Oh, let's just do this. We'll do that. And hope this shit works. I'm sure this version is fine. Let's hope 100% is more than we need. I feel like I probably wouldn't have put this on here if it like didn't work at all. So I think we should be fine. Let's get some artwork sorted here. Let's get some audio levels sorted also. That's the wrong one. Wait, what am I doing? Maybe it's already at like 2% volume. Dude, fucking audio levels and streaming, it's a blow up. Okay, there we go. It's better. So I think audio's okay. Do let me know if the game is super loud or if it needs to be, if anything needs adjustment. Group 1 fight feels like everything has to be frame perfect. Yeah, it's well, we'll see. Yeah, so this is essentially the third Gouketsuji Ichizoku, aka Power Instinct game. It's got some familiar characters. We got Clara there. And it got a bunch of new characters. It also has a tag system, as you can see. That's pretty much where my knowledge on the game ends. So let's see if I can get some controls configured here. It would appear so far that the game is at least running at the correct speed, so that's a good start. I don't know what the button layout is supposed to be, so I'll just put something in here and hope that it's correct. And see if we have a test mode or something where we can confirm. Let's see, do we... Oh, that's right. This is a STV game, isn't it? The test is okay. I guess I have to do the controls for this are a little funky. There we go. All right. Okay. Well, that's not not extremely helpful. Okay. Abnormal. Okay, that's good. Well, I guess we're going normal. Okay. Sometimes the control test screen can help you give some idea on the order of the buttons. No such luck, but hopefully we'll be okay. Well, I guess we'll start the timer and try to play. Actually, I knew I would forget this. Oh yeah, let's change that. Let me go fix my channel points type things, because otherwise I will forget. Manage rewards and challenges. Wait, do I have a... Hang on. There we go. I have a shortcut for this. I don't need to do all that. There we go. That should be set up. Yeah. So anyone who wants to pick a character for me has about, I don't know, 30 seconds to do so. All right, so you got a leader and partner. Yeah, so Omen Otana, of course, and Larry isn't. I thought Keith was in this. Maybe I'm misremembering. Okay, yeah, we're obviously not doing whatever this team is, but we might as well just hop in and see what the characters look like. It's kind of bizarre that you can actually pick the same character. Let me see if I can check if the controls seem correct. All right, so okay. Well, that sure is a startup. Okay, let me see if. Okay, because you got like 2 punches and 2 kicks, and then the other 2 buttons seem a little different. Maybe they are punches and kicks. It might just be this character being weird. Well, whatever. They seem fine enough. Yeah, Solus is the coolest character, obviously. What's up, Policy? Greetings. Another fighting game without character names? Yeah, that sucks. I always hate that. So I guess the game has... like, proper teams, like characters that kind of go together. But I'm not sure. I have no idea if the game has like team-based, team-specific endings or however any of that works. Like I said, I don't know anything about this game, but we'll see. We played some other Gouketsuji games before, and they were like sort of impossible. So it'll be interesting to see if this, you know, by virtue of being a slightly newer game, it's like what, 97? If that's kind of over the hump of the era of like super impossible fighting games, because like every 94, 95 era fighting game, they tend to be impossible. Come on. All right. That looks pretty cool. Mad. Solus, I guess, our team. Mad sucks, so let's go Solus. Alright, you can press up and down to make noises. Alright, this guy looks cool, I guess. Yeah, their engine mount art is gorgeous, of course. The in-game visuals definitely have a kind of different look compared to the other Power Instinct games. Alright, so that's a weird thing. Alright, Terraman, thank you for the follow. I'm trying to figure out the buttons. Oh yeah, I wonder if... Okay. Both lights switches characters, I guess. This guy's, like, hair and stance remind me a lot of Saizo from Breakers. I wonder if that's an overhead button. Oh, okay, that's how that works. Because you have this, like, dash cross-up thing. Oh, I pressed both heavies, which I guess was a taunt? Something. It's like a counter or something. Okay, so let's see if I... Oh. Nope. Okay, I tried to tag, but I guess I was knocked down by the time she came in. Oh yeah, if you get hit out of the tag... Oh, okay, you gotta actually tag. That's actually pretty sick. Inmu Kanyo. Mission complete. Alright, okay. Game starts off pretty gentle. Gotta be a fighting game where characters are never named. I mean, I feel like there's... like, you know, Amiga and DOS fighting games that like never really bother showing the names anywhere on screen in menus or gameplay. So, like, I don't know what any of the moves are. That's okay. Forward circle back kick. Yeah, that's dude, that overhead is so slow. Can you cancel into the dash thing? Sure if you need, I guess. I like the seamless transition. Okay, let's. I want to tag out. Okay, I'll probably safe to do that. I wanted to like see if I could combo into a tag out or something. Stun probably. Yeah. Oh, okay, shit. I did not need to do that, but that was pretty sick. Okay. So what? I don't know what any moves are. Oh, wait. I guess I got mad. Oh, maybe you shoot a lightning beam like that when you fill up the super meter. Oh, okay. I thought she hit me, but that's fine. I guess I won. Yeah, that's an OTG mechanic I can't say I've seen before. Alright, I picked the right dude from that team. Ninja's way cooler. I mean, I like the Taiko drumsticks and oh shit, okay. Air pile driver, that's pretty sick. But it looks a bit goofy. I mean, I guess that's the big grappler guy in the game. Or not. This like dash mechanic is kind of interesting. You press like the well, there's a button. I have it bound to like the low kick button basically. And it does a dash and a little attack after a delay. So I'm not sure if it's like a combo starter or if you can cancel out of it. Okay, yep, I leveled up. Oh, okay. Well, I get to see what moves he has, I guess. I'm not sure if that damaged me, but... Oh, it keeps throwing me into a ton of damage, but... Oh, okay, good. Can I tag out? Nope. I wish I kind of knew how to use my meter. Look up. Oh. Oh. Okay. All right. We're alive. Still don't really like. That's the only move. I guess I did this weird like. I try to do quarter circle forward punch and it does a little floor lightning. Quarter circle back punch seemed to do the little elbow dash thing, but it like didn't knock down. Didn't seem to hit. Like I feel like I was missing something for sure. I like the fact that that move's cancelable. It doesn't necessarily seem like it would be. Oh, okay, that's... Yeah, there's gotta be some kind of a parry thing. Fuck, okay, that's still not enough time to actually get a tag off of that. Oh! Nice. That's just like forward heavy punch. Yeah, there's definitely, I'm sure, some mysterious mechanics that I don't know of. Yeah, okay. So the elbow thing I thought was a special, but it's just a command normal. I'm sure this guy just doesn't have the type of special move motions that I'm like trying to do. Yeah, I got chipped out. Okay, yeah, I'm just like glancing at chat for a split second. I could kind of confirm my theory that he's got weirder moves than I thought. Makes sense for a tricky ninja character, I guess. That's a super, I'm guessing. I try to do a throw, wake up throw, but the inputs got like buffered. That's probably not safe. Oh, that shouldn't be safe. Ah, fuck. I was like, come on, let me whiff punish another uppercut, but hey, winning several matches in my first time playing, you know, it's not so bad. So can I? Oh, there we go. Just a start button. Get an interesting color. Why can I not move my joystick? Oh, there we go. Let's hit the. Yeah, let's try him again. Hit a mode select switch thing. Just changed my. Oh, this is a cool color. Oh, okay. So the command dash you can get thrown out of. Okay, that's that move. Let's see. Okay, I don't know how that is meant to hit exactly, but not that way. Okay, so that's that move. I see. Oh, okay, so the light kick is like a grounded version. I wonder if you can do. Oh, I guess not. Okay, I guess that crossed up. Both punches while dashing. Sick wall splat. Yep. Okay, I wasn't paying attention to my health like at all. That works. It's like a safe tag, I guess. Actually, pretty nice. Whoa! I did some light kicks and she started yelling something. So I'm not sure if that was like a move. Oh, that's right. Okay, that's a thing. Dodged it. All right. Did I do that out of the backdash or in midair? I'm not sure. Yeah, this game was. It is running on the STV arcade platform, which is essentially Saturn-based. So there's quite a few ports from STV to Saturn, including some non-Sega games like this one. Batman Forever. Astra Superstars, I think, was also STV, right? Oh, okay. That was a move, I guess. So yeah, these two characters are a singular character in this game, I guess. Oh, fuck. Oh, not tagging. Good for me. Oh, shit. Okay. That's what the move that I did before, except it got stuffed, so I didn't get to see it. Do I hold it? No. Yeah, I don't exactly understand that move. Oh, okay, I see. Throw? Sure, that always works. Weird character. I want to get an opportunity to tag out, but I don't think I'll get it. I'm not sure, like, obviously I can't speak to any great depth about what this move, or what this game has to offer in terms of moves and combos and technique. But some of these, like, simple links and, like, you can chain lights and cancel stuff, like 2-in-1 normals into specials. Pretty easily, it would seem. Like, it feels pretty good. I mean, it's not breakers, it's Asuka 120%, it's not that level of, like, everything strings into everything. But it feels good. Like, it doesn't feel... I wouldn't say that the older games in this series feel bad, but they definitely feel old. And you can tell, just from the game, from how the game handles, that it feels a little more modern. I mean, more modern. It's 25 years old, but, you know... There's a pretty big difference in terms of what you would expect from, like, game feel from a 93 game and a 97 game in this genre. And this game feels its age, I guess you could say. Tomogrunner, happy Friday. There is indeed some good gaming going on. So I've pretty much never really played this. Like I've said, I've booted it up. It's not technically my first time playing it, but I don't know anything about it really. But I'm enjoying it. It's certainly a lot more humane than the previous games in this series, which are, like, astoundingly of their time in terms of sheer ruthlessness. Stages are, like, aesthetically pretty nice, but I don't really like this, like, hand-painted, digitized look. Like, that's not, like, proper pixel art. Oh, dude, see, okay, that didn't actually combo, but still, like, linked. Like, I like the tag system is kind of interesting, too. Oh boy, little damage, though. Trying to go for a throw. So she does get health back. Yeah. Right. Perfect. Oh, wait. Okay. I guess I didn't fight the other person. Oh, shit. Pretty sick. Dude, like... This is a perfect example of when I say that modern fighting games are, like, so... Like, they've replaced all this cool shit. Like, someone determined at some point that old fighting games' way of delivering character and story was bad. So, we don't get cool little interactions and tiny little cutscenes like that. And in exchange, we sometimes get shitty Mortal Kombat style story modes, but more often than not, kind of get nothing. Oh, shit. All right, that's a good throw. I like this character a lot, Bristol. Oh, threw me out of it. Dead. Nope. Okay. There we go. Nope. Okay. It didn't work. Oh shit. I'm dead, probably. Yep, that was a combo. Ah, goddamn close though. You know, I should probably pick a real team though, in case there's like, since I mean, if I'm continuing here, I don't know if this is the final boss, but oh, that's a color palette. I feel like I might as well like kind of pick whatever and just hope that we find some decent normals. It's like a punish. Oh, I didn't realize how much damage I dealt already. It makes a difference. I want to see if I can land the final hit with her. I don't know, this feels so relaxed compared to what I would expect for this series. But we'll see what's next. What the? Alright, it's over. Is it though? Do we have to fight? Yeah. Alright, let me test your true strength. Alright, to protect the Gouketsuji clan. Something, something. Alright, yeah, there we go. I figured there might be something like this. Oh shit. Okay, I was gonna say. Oh fuck! Like, holy shit, like how fucking cool is this shit? Like this is fucking way sicker than anything you see in modern fighting games. Oh shit, I have to fight both of them. I hope we get... No, shit, I was gonna say, I hope we get, like, refilled health, but no. No, I just have to fight the actual boss after this from the same life bar? Okay. Yeah, I'm dead. Fucking music going nuts, too. Orchid's so sick. Dude, Jesus Christ. Alright, so... Oh, okay, interesting. That doesn't change. Yeah. We're like locked in. So does he start with full health now, or where do we start off here exactly? Oh, he does. Okay. Dude, some of the hitboxes are a little confusing. Dude, this is gonna be fucking impossible. Okay. I feel like I'm getting that super to come out when I'm basically mashing light kick. I don't know that that's the actual input for it, but it's like how I get it to come out. Nice punish on the point blank fireball, and I just get comboed and OTG'd. Alright. Alright, this might be a little rough. But it's just a matter of, this is where we have to actually learn how to play. Still nice and snappy. Yeah, I don't know how to deal with the, like, I guess I should just try to throw. corner though, and not a lot of health. Oh wow, okay. Start up on that, it's super long. No, that's not the move I wanted. Okay, sure. I'll take it. Yeah, he was like... He wasn't really trying. This does make me curious how some of this might play out. Like how any of this may or may not change depending on the characters you pick. Makes me curious. Sunfire Lord sneaking in the art request here while the game is still technically going. Okay, yeah. Solace in Neo Tokyo after the tournament. No, it's just you, no one else. I mean, the worst case, I just reject it if that's what it came to. Yeah, I guess this is what they were referring to with the non-100% graphic emulation. There were definitely some palette things that looked a little funky sometimes. I thought some stuff flashed by that looked the wrong colors, but overall emulation seems fine enough. That was a lot of fun. Like, it's one of those games where you press buttons and you realize very obviously that that you don't know how it works. Oh, okay. Sick. Okay. But it makes me like kind of curious. Yeah, shout out to Benjamin to actually do some more kind of research. Or if I have a meter, I don't know. Yeah, it seems like the game has a lot of like command normals. Yeah, it's like a forward heavy punch. I guess this projectile, like, you know, it's kind of interesting. Yeah, this is the overhead button. It's like extremely slow. And then this like command dash, where you have iframes, but you can be thrown. It's sort of like the KOF roll, I guess. Music in this one, not quite out of control to the same extent as the previous, and I guess later games in this series, but pretty good. Hitting on every frame there. Ninmu Kanjo. We beat the credits, guys. We beat the credits. Pretty good game over screen. Well, there you have it. It's a solid 30 minutes of groove on fight. Very enjoyable. Very enjoyable. Well, I guess we're ready to move on. I don't know about you guys. I am. I mean, as much as I would love to spend more time with this, we got another 100-something games. How many have we beaten? We're at 55% progress. 157 out of 283 currently. So that means we got about 130 games to complete on this list. In other words, let's set up the next raffle and get ready for what's next. Thank you very much, Yushi, for picking this game. I had a great time. And let's hope this sets the tone for more great times throughout the rest of the evening. There you go. Raffle is now open. Type raffle in chat, and you will have the opportunity, well, if you're lucky enough, to pick game number 2. While we wait for this, I shall update the spreadsheet. Make note of this game having been played. Groove on Fight is played. Today is 2022-05-13. And we shall color this red. Wrong color. There we go. Rigging in favor of randoms. That's very, very honorable. Let's see what we got. Let's see. Oh yeah, the challenges are active, right? Or not the challenge. What am I saying? The reward thing. What do you call it? Rewards and challenges. Yes, that's the word. There you go. Pretty cool attract mode in this game. I like it. But it's interesting. Like this game overall has a. The art's good, definitely. But it's got sort of an understated look in some ways compared to, like, if you think of Street Fighter and King of Fighters and stuff of this. Pretty good move. You know, the stages are all pretty, like, they remind me of something like Melty Blood. They're pretty static, they're pretty empty, they're pretty, like, obviously it's a deliberate choice, but it has a kind of, I mean, even just the color palette, like, it's very muted. The presentation in this game is not like, you know, it's kind of like something like Darak Tenshi, or I guess I can't think of many other examples because not a lot of games go for that kind of vibe. Also, I'm coming around on this guy. He seems kind of cool, actually. But yeah, it's definitely a shame that this didn't get more like. That's a pretty sick super. It was ported to Saturn, but that version never came out outside Japan. But hey, at least we can play it in the comfort of our own homes in 2022. Last call to enter your name into the next raffle. Type raffle in chat in the next 16 seconds or so, or maybe 3 seconds, accounting for Twitch delay. And you might have a chance to pick the next game. All right. Let's go. And the picker of next game will be, boom, Atomic Runner. Congrats. I'm sure Atomic Runner's got some selections in the back pocket. So what's it going to be? What will be game number 2 for this Friday the 13th bonus stream? Let's keep riding this Kamen Rider vibe we've been having with Kamen Rider Climax Heroes. Let's do it. Your wish is my command. That is a PS2 game, so it'll require a little bit of setup. Let's close down this and let's get some jams going, and we'll have these jams keep us company as we set up for this. We did, of course, recently play through Kamen Rider Memory of Heroes on PS4, which was a underwhelming but ultimately fairly entertaining game. Probably one of the better Kamen Rider games, all things considered. There was a new trailer released also, by the way, for Shin Kamen Rider, the Hideaki Anno movie, which is basically like the trailer is kind of like a bunch of shot-for-shot recreations of the opening of the original Kamen Rider. Pretty interesting. I'm curious to see how that'll turn out. But I think it's coming out like March of next year or something. All right, bear with me for a second as I do some hardware setup here. I think you can play this with an arcade stick. Like, I can't remember exactly, but I think the controls are simple enough that it should work pretty well. All right, let's see here. I think it's what we want. We'll see if I need to adjust this or if this is the correct setting. Make some updates here in the meantime. I guess the capture looks correct enough. The box art updated. And let me change. Okay, so I guess I don't have save data on this because I'm sure it would not ask me this if I did. Game modeを決めてください. 普通 or 簡単. All right, so normal or easy. I think, okay. I reckon this is expecting an analog stick input or something here because yeah, it's, well, I guess it might literally require a DualShock because I can't, nothing is happening. So I guess it's not playable with stick. I'm assuming that's the issue anyway. Let's figure it out. Hope that the issue is not that the game is just freezing. I know I played this before. We probably did it like whenever I bought it, did a regular unboxing stream. I'm a little surprised if this is the case though. Yep, works just fine.
ゲームをする時の約束。プレイするときは部屋を明るくして画面から離れてプレイしてくれよな。あとプレイするときは健康のため1時間ごとに15分くらいの休憩を取ることも忘れんなよ。じゃないとママにごめんなさいって謝ることになっちまうぜ。守ってくれよな。
Alright, yeah, it's telling us to make sure to play the game in a well-lit room, sitting a safe distance from the TV, and taking a 15-minute break every 1 hour. And, if we don't, we're gonna have to apologize to our mom. See, this game has the sense to actually start off with sick opening. All right, Deno. Deno. Huga. Yuki. Kiba. Yeah, he's the coolest. Agito. I always forget Agito exists. Hibiki. Hibiki's sick as well. Blade. Blade's really fucking ugly. I don't like Blade's design at all. Kabuto. Yeah, fucking cast off. Kabuto's pretty sick. eyes. Okay. I love the Decade series, and I think like as a character he's cool, but his design is pretty lackluster. Yeah, so I was kind of wondering aloud when we were playing Memory of Heroes about some of the other previous Kamen Rider games and Natsume's involvement, because I know that they were involved in some Super Sentai stuff. Natsume developed the Hurricaneer fighting game that I have for PS1, and it feels like some of the Kamen Rider stuff is similar enough that it wouldn't have surprised me if they had some shared, you know, development DNA. But apparently this was made by Aiding. I don't think this, like, there might be some depth and some neat stuff to it, but as far as I can recall, at least I'm pretty sure I've played this. They sort of blend together, but I'm fairly sure we've played this. I still think it's made to be like very basic. Like, it doesn't quite operate as a typical fighting game. But I must admit that like a lot of this is looking kind of unfamiliar in a way, because there's Decade mode where you play as Decade and do various missions. All right, there's battle mode. Heisting ga dekiru mode desu. All right, we can versus in this. Survival mode, training mode, gallery mode option. All right, let's check out the options real quick. Game settings. Normal, timer, alright. Vibration, off, yeah, okay. Huh, okay, it's pretty interesting, like text. Maybe this is the normal and easy mode. Yeah, because it's like text for adult or for kids. So basically, it removes all of the kanji and English. Pretty neat. I like that kind of mode. Like, sometimes having a kids mode can make things a little easier. But a lot of the time, it actually makes it a lot harder to read. Like, assuming you can read the kanji, or at least sort of figure out what it means, just having it replaced with hiragana like this just makes it... I don't know, it makes it harder to read for sure. Peek and Fig. Alright, let's see what the controls are. So... light attack, heavy attack. Yeah, there's a... So, yeah. It's light attack, heavy attack, special attack... And then X is special. So circle is Hisatsuwaza, like special moves. X is special. L2 is form change. R2 is Cho Hisatsuwaza, like super combo basically. And L1 and R1 is for dodging. Like, it's like Toshinden rolling into and out of the screen, I guess. Sound. Sure, I guess it's... Actually, what are we okay on audio levels? Yeah, it's a bit loud, isn't it? Let's actually make use of this, then it turns down in game, so I don't have to putz around too much with my Windows audio levels. I think that's better. I'm not sure if it actually... let's turn it out a little bit more. As soon as I press the sound effect, it's like whoop, like the waveform just went up. There's a password entry. Okay. I guess we'll check out Decade mode. And I guess we'll start the timer. So this game came out basically coinciding with Decade, I guess. So this makes this, by the way, a very late PS2 game, which sort of lines up with the PS1 Kamen Rider games, which a lot of them came out in like 2001, 2002. Because Decade was like what, 2010? 2009? I forget. Kuga no Sekai. Okay, this seems sort of familiar, but yeah, the sub menu, form change select. Okay, whatever. Maybe it was like 08 or something. I guess I can't quite recall. No, I remember where I was living when I watched this, and I moved there in 09, so it could not have been sooner than that. In any case, the theme of Kamen Rider Decade is that he it was sort of an anniversary show. It was like the 10th show after the Kamen Rider series had been I don't know if rebooted is the right word, but Kamen Rider was around in the 70s and 80s and then was dormant for a number of years. And this was like the 10th year or 10th show or whatever of that second run. And the theme of the show basically is that he can not travel exactly to other worlds, I guess. I forget exactly, but he like summons the riders from all these other universes. So all these previous Kamen Riders show up. Alright, light attack. So that's why it makes perfect sense that Decade is like the main character for this game that has like a similar theme of bringing together all these different riders. Not paying too close attention here. Circle for special moves. Oh, okay. Well, I guess I didn't need to actually play that. Okay. Alright, so here's Kuga's world. Kuga Tause, defeat Kuga. I have a feeling that there's going to be a lot of tedium fucking around in menus and like the ratio of match gameplay to craft is probably going to be less than ideal. And it's also presented in this sort of, I mean, we talked about this a bunch when we played Member of Heroes, and it's definitely true here too. Like, a lot of these games, you can tell that they're kind of low budget in that, like, what's there is cool and it's nice, but there's a lot of corners cut in terms of presentation and like the packaging. Alright, let's see if we can figure out. Yeah, so I think you have like, yeah, jump special for the rider kick. Okay, so neutral special is the sword, I guess. I think there's like, yeah, there's no crouching. You press down to charge, I guess. Pressing R2, I don't know if, yeah, R2 and L2 don't do anything. I'm guessing I haven't unlocked the ability to do supers yet. We have stuff sort of lining up and connecting in kind of funky ways. Maybe we would be better off playing battle mode, but I'm not sure. I guess, having not looked at it, I don't know if there's kind of a campaign or ladder kind of deal to it. これ2枚のカードの力を失うと思うんで。Okay, yeah, something about collecting cards to get powers, because that's a thing from the show. Clear at rank A. Card get. Yeah, that's kind of a typical thing. Like, Decade does specifically form change get Kuga. Okay. Oh, okay. So we've got stuff added to the tutorial. I see. Like a lot of these shows, the gadgets and equipment and stuff they use on the show is it's designed to be, you know, as toys, right? So you have these kind of, wait, hang on, what am I selecting here? Oh, I see, okay. Special, okay. I guess I'll unlock more moves as we go forward. I see. So I guess it makes sense that like they have these, you know, his henshin device. He uses these cards so you can, or you know, like Kamen Rider Double has the USB sticks and all that kind of stuff. So if you have a Decade themed game, of course, I mean they kind of do this in other games too, but especially because he has the actual cards on the show. Of course, you're gonna have the cards be like a collectible thing. Throughout the game. Alright, defeat dragon form. So I'm guessing... Yeah, I'm not sure. I guess the clear mission, yeah, it's like the grand total. It's nothing to do with this mission. There's like 28 missions all in all, I guess. Defeat dragon form. So after clearing the last mission, I guess we unlocked or like equipped the Kuga transformation, and that's like how it worked on the show. Like he would encounter these other riders, and then he would get their cards so he could transform into them. Okay, yeah, you can sort of combo that. All right. Yeah, also, the Cade's a great show, but like the announcer is like maybe the sickest part. Like every time he transforms and uses their ultimate special move, you have this like announcer voice. Okay, I guess we ran out of Kamen Rider juice. Yeah, but the fact that there's like no KO cinematic, there's no like win pose, like this feels a bit limp. And this is like the kind of stuff that you would, you know, again, we talked in Memory of Heroes where, yeah, you have a lot of trudging through these like not super exciting Muso, like, you know, defeating 50 enemy piles sort of things. But every now and then you get a boss encounter, and when you finish the boss, you get this really sick, like, cinematic rider kick cutscene with the boss exploding. Like, that shit is super satisfying, and that's kind of, that's like the coolest part of the show, right? The highlight of the fight scenes in the shows. So you want to see that replicated well, and then when you don't get that stuff, when it's literally just these, you know, standing around punching, kicking, even though the animation's good, the character models look great. I can't specifically say that the game mechanics are good or bad. I don't really like understand them well enough. But much like Memory of Heroes, it sort of makes you wish for a game like this with an actual budget. Like a proper Kamen Rider fighting game that's like a little bit more like, not necessarily in its mechanics, but in its packaging, although it could be a lot better. But I was going to compare it to the Power Rangers fighting game. I have some qualms with that too, but by and large, like, it's still, as far as Tokusatsu and Super Sentai adjacent stuff, like, it gets a lot more right than it gets wrong. Even though that game too is a little bit sort of limp and certainly lacking in pizzazz here and there. I still think it's a more exciting fighting game than any of these ones. And yeah, as I said, like, alright, Kuga de Kiba o Tase. Alright, a lot of doing this. Anyway. Fangaya. It's the Fangires, or yeah, monsters who feed on humans, the life energy of humans. Yeah, so what we're seeing here, by the way, this is like the photo studio where, like, Decade's like alter ego, where they, like, in his crew, they hang out. So they have these like photo backdrops from all these different like Kamen Rider worlds, and that sort of it feeds into something or other with them, like moving between worlds or some shit. Yeah, it's been a very long time since I watched the show. I don't remember the details, just remember the visuals of it. So far, Atomic Runner, I guess, like, we haven't gotten any more riders. Like, I have a feeling this mode is going to very much be a 28 missions of tutorial. But yeah, so Kiba's whole thing, like the show and everything, is like this. It's got this horror kind of vampire theme, and I guess Kiba's the vampire hunter, but he's also an actual. Well, he's got this like bat and vampire motif. Like you can see, he's got this like big, like his vest is sort of shaped like it's got this big collar, which I always thought looked really cool. And I always love the, like, sort of the asymmetric design too, with the boot. I'm getting destroyed, but oh, the low combo starter. All right. And he used to like unshackle his boot, and it sort of unfolds into this bat. Yeah. So far as like ultimate rider kick. Oh, jeez. Okay, it's skippable. It's skippable at least. But like, why is there no retry? Use Decayed Kuga to defeat Kiba. So you're Kiba. You're this world's rider. I see. Kamen Rider Kuga. That voice is just too fucking cool. I think we got fucking like bootleg Castlevania music for Kiba's stage 2. I mean, this parking garage could be more exciting, but you know, it's faithful enough to what you would see on a Kamen Rider show. Oh, there's like a guard bar too, I guess. Like the game definitely does seem like it's got more fighting game mechanics than I would expect from these kinds of games, like high-low mix-ups and air resets. Oh, okay, I try to block that. I do a super? Oh. I guess not. Alright, it's pretty tough. Gonna have to go into like training mode, but even then, I don't know how much of that applies to this mode. Let's get one more shot, and after that, since I'm sure progress in this is saved, I'm a little bit curious to sort of hop into the battle mode to see if, like, we're not going to play through this mode to the end. Maybe battle mode will give us a better sampling of what the game has to offer. Because yeah, otherwise we're kind of like doing a lot of the same stuff. It's kind of hard to know when when you have an opening. That's a light punch, by the way. Oh yeah, there you go. Fucking unshackle his boot. Pretty cool that it's like an install thing. Alright, that's sick. He's destroying me, but it's sick. Alright, that's good. My special moves all seem like a bit shit with Kuga, though. Oh, he guard crushed me. I'm not be able to block, but we got it. I interrupted him. I counter hit him. Oh, dude, look at how fucking sick he looks. I love this mask too. It looks so cool. It is kind of like, I mean, it's nice. It's nice, smooth 60 FPS, and the animation is nice. But it is a shame when you look at the characters that a lot of the, like, just based on the technical limitations of PS2 graphics, but that there isn't more like material definition. You see the difference between like the leather and plastic and metal, and like the shiny goggles and stuff. Oh, characters do look good though. Alright, rank A. We barely fucking did it. The GG. Target. Keep getting the same. Yeah, so that's like Kiba's henshin device. I think we got a couple of the same card. Steel photograph get. Okay, I guess it's a still. Shiro shashin. Alright, like a photo from the set or whatever. Production still. Form change get. Kiba. So I wonder if that, I mean, I'm assuming that only applies to Decade mode. Yeah, so we can pick which one, but even that, like, or I guess it might apply to every mode, but only when you play as Decade? Who knows? So we still presumably, yeah, we only have the, Raido Buka Sword and Raido Buka Gun. Okay, so the Ride Booker Sword and Gun. Oh, so there's two specials. And they're assigned to various things here. Mission map. Oh, okay, interesting. We're actually just got to a branching path here. Well, let's see what that's all about. Let's not jump out of this mode just yet. Ah, okay. Well. So this is the one we clear. Okay, so we can continue in fighting Kiba, and it says defeat Kiba with 2/3 health. Probably Kuga. No, okay. Still Kiba's world. Defeat. Well, I'm assuming we're fighting Kiba, but just says defeat within 90 seconds. Now this is a proper Kamen Rider stage. I feel like I've seen this location in quite a few shows. We're playing in the Decade mode, so we don't have a choice of character. Sometimes the mission will completely dictate who/what form we're using. Right now we're just playing Decade, but we have the Kiba form activated, or like equipped. So I can activate him. I thought, oh, I guess I cannot. Never mind. Oh, okay. I need to have full meter to do it, I see. Okay, so that's like his special move, I guess. Alright, we're running out of juice. I got the background still. Oh, I guess it was because of him. Okay. I was gonna say the background still say the same, but it was because he activated as well. Oh, don't worry, Brennan. That's fine. You're under no obligation to follow what's going on. I don't have to explain. Alright, if the next mission has like a new character, I think there was like the next step. It was like immediately branching again, I think. Yeah. Den-O. Yeah, he's... Den-O is supposed to be a good show that people like. Oh, there's Blade. Okay. It's a pretty ugly design. These two actually are some of my least favorite, probably. Let's go check out Den-O before check out battle mode. Yeah, Imagines. They're... Yeah. Yeah, the Den-O liner is the like time traveling train or something. And fight the Imagines. Like you often have similar like terminology for kind of similar equivalent type of you know, the villains, the bad guys, all the kind of stuff going on. That's like his catchphrase. Just a Kamen Rider passing through. Remember that. But yeah, like this location too. Like you got all the classics of tokusatsu representing these games. Like they managed to make it look pretty nice. I mean, this is some of the stuff we saw. The ocean looked a bit iffy. But it's like pretty nice looking. It's not too terribly bland or anything. I'm going into the sword special. Looks a bit funky. Alright. Oh, didn't get to do the actual kick.
こんなもんだ。
変身を解き、良太郎に事の顛末を説明する司。素直に司の話を受け入れる良太郎と全く信じようとしない魔人たち。
So we did fight, there was like a second form, the dragon form of Kuga. I was just trying to think, like, I wonder how deep the roster goes. So I'm guessing most characters who have them in the show, like, if they exist, alternate forms for characters, they're probably in the game, to some degree at least. But we also saw, I'm pretty sure we saw The End show up in the intro. The End is another character from Decade. So I guess we should expect more of those like rival type characters, secondary riders, etc. But I feel like they might be revealed at a pretty glacial pace if this is how it goes. But I don't know, maybe the hop on back. Maybe other stuff will show up or be unlocked in other modes and stuff too. Let's actually take a look at the gallery mode real quick. Okay, yeah, so Decade mode, like records, I guess, yeah. Oh, mission level 1. Okay. Well, I guess this is... Oh no, okay, I see. Yeah, so these are the missions for Kuga's world, Kiva's world, Ryuki's world, Fai's, and then Q again, Blade, Den-O, Hibiki, Agito, Kabuto, and Decade. Okay, well, that's pretty much all of them. So I guess we did 21% of mission level 1. So I don't know if, I guess you clear all 28 missions or whatever it said. Then you advance to level 2? Who knows? Viewer. Very, okay. Oh, this is pretty sick. This is what you want. I'm assuming we're gonna look at some 3D models here? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, Hibiki's design is quite different. Like, it's got this much more organic look. It doesn't have this, like... I mean, it's sort of, like, armor-plated. But it's, yeah, it's... The mask is so cool, too. I really, really like Hibiki's design. So I wonder if model change means... Yeah, there we go, okay. Hibiki Kurenai. I want to say... Yeah, I have some of these, like, Kamen Rider helmet trading figures. And I have this one. It's, over there on the shelf, but... Pretty cool. Yeah, so Hibiki's thing is, it's all, like... You see, he's got these, like, drumsticks. He's just playing, like, musical instruments. Pretty cool. Kabuto, of course, he's Kabutomushi, like a it's not a stag beetle, right? It's like a rhinoceros beetle. It's a type of beetle. Yeah, this like pose. And he's got this like super speed, whatever, like his you can see his belt, the yellow thing is, it's like a lever that he can pull, and he does the cast off where he like sheds all of his armor, and then he can move in like ultra super speed. This is a show I try to watch like 3 episodes of and couldn't like really get into. I'd be curious to try and watch it again. I always love the design. I think the character's really cool, like as a Kamen Rider, but I wasn't like super into the show itself. We already saw Deno. Eyes I know pretty much nothing about. Eyes axle form. That's super cool. I mean, it's got like a pretty classical look. I mean, it's a pretty like sci-fi high-tech kind of vibe, but it's not too crazy. Like, it's still fairly standard. Like, it feels very old and classic in that kind of way. Yuki, the Dragon Knight. Yuki survive. Alright. A little... looks a little clunky, but alright. Too bad. Actually, let's take a look at the others to see what the other forms are that we can look at. So this is Kuga. Yeah, Mighty. Dragon. Yeah, he's got like different weapons. Pegasus. Titan. I think this one I have a model kit of on pre-order. I have the regular one, Mighty form. I think I have the other one too. The what was it called? Titan. That's right. But I mean, I love having this shit. Of course, like this is what I would have wanted to have in, well, in any game like this. Agito, I also have like no idea, but it is also, I guess, like based on some kind of beetle. Like, of course, Kamen Rider originally, like he's like a bug, right? Ground form, Trinity form. Oh, this looks a little funky. Let's say, what if I have a... I don't recognize like all of them offhand. I'm looking over because I have a few of these like standing around my shelf. I don't think I have this one though. So yeah, I don't think we saw Blade in game, did we? Like, it looks alright, but just the mask is just, like with the singular kind of thing, like the big teardrop shape, looks weird to me. Blade King form. See, this like already looks way better just with the... I mean, it's the armor. It's a bit much, maybe. But the balance of like the shapes for the mask, I like better. Look at Deno. I guess he might have some other... Yeah. Oh, wow. It's like sword form, rod form, axe form. This, like, really does not look like a Kamen Rider. Like, this looks like a... Not exactly a villain either, but like a side character. I don't know, gun form. Oh yeah, I can kind of tell like some of these designs get a little wackier. Not talking specifically about his dance moves, but just the armor design. Kiva. It's fucking cool. Kiva form, Emperor form. Holy shit! All right. I mean, I prefer his regular look. It's pretty cool. So there's actually, yeah, so then we got Decade here. There's only 3 others missing though, which makes me think that, I guess, I mean, the End might be in it. Yeah, of course he doesn't have any other forms of his own. Well, other than that, I don't know. Okay. Chohisatsu's like super move viewer. We get a little FMV cutscene here? What's going on? Oh yeah.
1, 2, 3. Rider kick. Rider kick.
Alright, this is sick as hell. Okay, but I mean, actually, I'm glad this is in there because this is like, this is kind of what you want to see in the game. Yeah, you like clock up so you can go faster and faster. And then, yeah, he's got a very different rider kick because it doesn't do like the flying thing. Oh, well, I mean, you saw what it looked like. All right, let's look at all these sick special moves. Alright, this shit's pretty sick. Alright, Kuga, what you got? This shit is actually really well presented. Like, I think they did a good job. It's interesting to look at some of this, like a little more cinematic type stuff, comparing it to what it's like in Memory of Heroes, the PS4 game. A lot of it was cool in that game, but this feels like more elaborate in some ways, like more bespoke, like all the specific animation and camera work and stuff. Alright, pretty alright, Agito. Let's see Yuki. Kabuto might have been the coolest, but we'll see. Alright, this is pretty alright though. You're bad. Alright, let's check out Fies.
Start up.
行くぜ。見てろよ。
3, 2, 1.
Alright, I guess he's got some super speed type shit going on as well. That's pretty cool. Deno. Guy's got the train. So Den-O, by the way, means like Train King. He's got the whole train theme. There's been a couple of Kamen Riders that are themed around vehicles that are not motorbikes, and Den-O is one of them. Alright, Hibiki. Yeah, it's like the taiko drums. It's interesting, it's novel, and some of the effects are kind of cool, but as far as like, compared to the acrobatics and shit some of the other characters do, him just standing there playing the drums, like, it's not that exciting. Check out Kiwa.
Wake up, fever!
Alright, that was a little bit goofy. I feel like his regular form, like, bat leg rider kick is way cooler than that. Yeah, I feel like Kabuto probably was the coolest. But hey, it's pretty sweet that this mode is there. I like it. Alright, let's look at some stills. Smart Brain High School. It's seems like a pretty good school. That's Decade, right? Or maybe it's some other. I guess some of them might look very similar. I forget. I don't know what a lot of the other riders look like. I mean, they're like alter egos. Okay. Very exciting. Ride Booker. So I guess these are the... Yeah, I guess this is his... The Ride Booker, I guess, is the device that Decade has, and this is where all the cards go. Deno Rod Form. Okay. Can't, like, do anything with these, I guess. So we got a bunch of multiples of the same cards, I think. Kibatsubat the Third. Yeah, you wouldn't want to go to Dumb Brain High School. That is very true. Very true. I'd much rather go to Smart Brain High School. Kuga, Mighty Form. Alright, another Kuga Mighty Form. Smart Brain, just the opposite of Dumbass. I mean, I would not want to go to Dumbass High School either. That's, so that checks out. The math checks out on that one. Sakin Shokai, alright, like, introduction, like, basically we get the lore. Oh, okay, so this is like the stuff, okay, it's literally from that mode. And, you know, just explaining the premise of each show. Okay, that's the gallery mode. I guess we'll, hop into battle mode. Just see what that's like. Yeah, so I guess whichever the missing characters are on that list, well, there's some room on the sides. So I guess I'm pretty sure we saw the end. But the other character thing, it had like 3 slots, so there's like 3 other characters, I guess. Let's pick Hibiki. Sure. Yeah, it looks like it's not like an arcade mode or anything, just setting up battles. I love that they use actual photos for the characters, though. Looks so good. Like, if you want to recreate a TV show or like a real life, like, you know, if it's sports or wrestling or something like that, it always looks better when you have photos instead of like CG. Oh yeah, I guess we didn't actually like even have rounds in the fights in Decade mode. But yeah, there's like dashing and running, there's highs and lows. Like, I'm sure there is depth and combos and setups and shit to explore in this game if you're so inclined. But in terms of just like touching it and pressing buttons, it's definitely got a bit of a clunky, unintuitive feel to it. Oh, okay, that's how that works. Like neutral special. Oh yeah, can I guess I can form change too? Actually, let me try the super button. Oh, okay, he just transforms. I was like, I wonder if I use the super when I'm not in my other form. Is there a different one? But no. It just goes Kudenai anyway. Is that a KO? No, I was gonna say, it didn't have that much health left. Oh, there's no throwing. But I guess there's guard breaks. There might be other mechanics, like defensive mechanics and stuff too, for all I know. I mean, there's a dodge button, which I just remember I haven't used at all. Yeah. Or maybe I should have used when I was having trouble against Kiba before. Pretty neat. Doesn't do all that much damage, but I'm trying to figure out if I have other specials. So I'm guessing you can, like, you convert your full super meter into either a super move. Oh wow, range on that. Or you transform. I don't know how it works with someone like Kuga, who has like 4 forms. But yeah, like, I feel like this is... Oh, okay, no, I guess there is... The way it asked us to set up options made it look like it was just one fight, but I guess not. Also, Zero Nose is a different character we haven't seen before. I'm guessing this is a Deno character. Also, I'm sure the stages are not at all specific to the characters, which makes perfect sense, because, I mean, all the shows are basically set in Tokyo, right? And they're all, like, shot in the same locations. You know, the underpass, the, you know, Tokyo big site looking event spot, the, you know, the cliffs, the gravel pit, whatever, you know, these are all classic locations, but fit for any Kamen Rider. Oh, whoa, okay, that is like a throw. Okay, maybe it is. Yeah, okay, I guess there are throws. Let's see if we can get him into position to be killed off by the super, just so we can see if that is like a cool thing if that happens. I don't know how much the super does, but let's get him down to like... There we go. That hit with the drumsticks is like the super... So it doesn't actually cost meter unless you hit with it, which is pretty generous. Okay. I mean, I wasn't necessarily expecting much, but some, like, you know, KO freeze frame on a cool pose and stuff like that is always satisfying. Wait, I still don't know what the cross button is supposed to do. That special. I don't know if it's like movement or... Oh, maybe it's only for certain characters or something, who knows. Throw does like shit damage, I'm just realizing. Does seem to be some kind of canceling going on. Like, I definitely have comboed into specials. But, and then, did you guys see that, like, red flash? That was a thing that happened? I don't know. I'm sure this game has some... Yeah, it's like a Roman cancel or something. I was trying to see if I could cancel into the super. I don't think I did, but might as well. And that's the thing about these, like, these are cool. And that's a tricky thing, like, I didn't really mention it, I guess, but I did acknowledge it, sort of, mentally at least, that the problem with doing these things, like, you have to find the right pace of, like, presenting these, like, elaborate cinematic special moves. Because when you get them once every hour in a game like Memory of Heroes, you kind of wish you got stuff like that a little more frequently. But when you get the same one every 20 seconds, it really gets to be too much as well. Yeah, Atomic Crown, I'm pretty sure I've seen clips from this game as well. People, like, coming up with weird combos and setups, so I'm sure. But you can kind of tell, like, obviously, Aiding has that sort of pedigree. But there's been enough sort of stuff happening that I can't quite... Like, even something like having the AI hit me, and I'm realizing, like, oh, that was a low, or that was an overhead. The fact that there's a guard bar, like, you can tell that there's... Oh, that really built up his guard bar a lot, by the way. There's stuff like that that sort of gives away the fact that there is more going on, that there's probably more than what you can immediately discern, like, from the surface. But even then, I'm sure it's like... I feel like no amount of knowledge about how the game functions will make it actually feel and play like a normal fighting game. For better or for worse, I guess. Like, that's not a problem. Just statement of fact. Oh, okay. So that was like a... I guess that was like a burst or combo breaker thing. I definitely... I was like kind of mashing the super button. Oh, that was a low. See, like, that red flash definitely is something. Like, this game's got stuff. It's kind of interesting. But I mean, I say interesting, but I do feel like it's more so in kind of a academic, theoretical sense. I don't feel that compelled to, you know, study the tech, join the exclusive Kamen Rider Climax Heroes Discord communities to learn the hidden tech. Just throw escape, by the way. Hit the super. So he had about 80% left of his yellow life bar. Curious to see how much this does. I could see it doing like a full bar, basically. Maybe more, maybe less. Oh, okay, it looks like it does exactly 1 bar. Checks out. Nice. I reckon we'll keep playing this mode either until I lose or get bored of it, or beat it, whichever happens first. I have a feeling that beating it is not going to be what happens first. I guess we'll find out. Jumping is kind of weird. Jumps are so high. Escape the throw again. Like, the way that strings work and, like, even directional normals, I'm not entirely clear on it. I'm guessing, by the way, from the looks of things, that he's like that he cannot block while the guard bar is going down. That seems to be the case. Yeah, makes sense that you have different normals in the other forms. I just want to see if he had a different throw. Throws seem like they do basically 0 damage, though. You get a different wind pose or something now? I guess so. I mean, you stay in the other form for the wind pose anyway. Oh, the forms did have different animations in the model viewer, so I guess that's what that is anyway. Well, thing is, I have a feeling that the game is just not going to get that much more exciting than this. That's kind of how these games tend to go. What's there is pretty cool, but there just isn't that much there. Like, maybe there's some payoff if you spend 10 hours in decayed mode. But I can't imagine this mode having like a final boss or an ending cutscene or anything, you know? Like, granted, there could be stuff that we didn't see in the, you know, the gallery menu, but it definitely seemed like there would not be room for like a category of ending movies or something. Yeah, I mean, I feel like we've given it fair shakes. I just want to see, since we're this, well, we're not that far into the fight, I guess. I was gonna say, since we're this far into the fight, we beat Kuga. Let's see who's next. Overhead or something. Definitely like canceled into the throw several times. Fuck all damage. Tech roll on wake up. That poison mist seems pretty good. Personalized super bar. Well, as far as customization goes, it's pretty mild, but you know, you get your logos and your colors. That's, I mean, I agree, it's a nice thing. But as far as like customized, specialized UI elements go, they're pretty unremarkable. I like that you get this little after image when you do the dash. It's like insanely fast. Like again, like the graphics are really nice. I like the way the characters look. The animation's good. Like the hit sparks and reactions to some of the, even like the camera shake and the motion blur and transform effects. Like I really have no complaints at all about any of the visuals. It just feels kind of clunky, and there's like not a lot of substance to it. Like, yeah, there might be substance to the combat mechanics, more so than I can quite judge. But the package and the experience, you know, doesn't seem... Alright. That's a new character. Doesn't feel very fleshed out, and it doesn't exactly make me want... Like, Groove on Fight is a game that was fun to play and made me eager to learn more about it. This is like, oh yeah, well, I guess there's more to it, but, you know, I'm happy to leave that to the Twitter lab monsters, you know, because that's the difference between like how the way a game feels does or doesn't like make you want to instinctively like engage with it more, and how like just important that is for overall enjoyment, like far more so than like balance or system mechanics. It's kind of like we talked about before too with DNF Duel, just having extremely good feeling buttons. It's just a game that's like very fun to press buttons in, which has me like pretty excited for that game, despite in a lot of ways, like, you know, it's an Arc System Works game, it's an anime fighter, it's a I forget, it's aiding the developer on that too? That's right, like I just remember it's one of the like dank anime fighter developers. I'm pretty sure it's hating. But they just made it feel very good and satisfying. And this game doesn't have that. Punishment, I guess. Alright, we're probably gonna lose here, but at least we'll see what that looks like. Game people play Super Climax Heroes. Yeah, because there's a couple of these. I know there's one game on the Wii and there was a fall. There's some, at least one, maybe two games that like appear on multiple platforms. One of them that might be PS2 and PS3, or like PS3 and Wii. Because I know that there's a game that also is called Climax Heroes something or other. That's like a arena fighter, like Power Stone sort of deal. But I know that the videos I've seen are not of a game like that, so there could have been a second game that's like this in between. Would I choose between this or Bloody Roar? I'd choose Bloody Roar. Oh, easy. I mean, that game, that's a great example of a game that just feels really good. I haven't played Bloody Roar much, and I've never certainly, like, learned anything about how to play it. But just from, like, mashing some buttons in the original Bloody Roar, like, that game feels awesome. It looks fantastic for a PS1 game. I've definitely been interested in getting the second one, because that's the one everyone loves. But it's actually quite expensive. Not like expensive, but far outside the price range of what I typically spend on PS1 games. Right, do I actually want to win? Well, I don't have a choice, do I? Because I won on time over here. Yep. Yeah, meter resets between rounds too. Yeah, there's definitely a bit of clunk to this one. All right, let's have him beat us up. We'll see what the. I don't think there's going to be a very exciting. I mean, there's no Shadow of the Beast 2 or anything. I don't think game over and it's going to be any kind of revelation, but. We'll at least go out of it and maybe just having played a couple of matches, we'll save our play time. It'll help us earn or unlock something maybe. Who knows? Yeah, I definitely did some humble break. Okay, there's auto guarding, by the way. I guess I have to hold forward to get hit. Continue, shimasu ka? Yep, let's not. Alright, well, I guess we want to save. The game does keep track of playtime, even in menus and stuff, so who knows. Oh yeah, that's right, it's passwords. It feels like such a weird thing in a game like this. Well, that was Kamen Rider Climax Heroes. Thank you very much for picking that. Not a super great game, but the cool parts are pretty cool. Not too shabby as far as these things go. But not maybe something I'm super compelled to engage too deeply with. We will continue with more versus fighting games, but first I need to take a short break. When I return, we'll do another raffle and we'll see what's next. So I'll be back in just a couple of minutes. See you guys then. All right. I'm back. All right. Well, let's not waste any time. Let's set up another raffle. So give me a second here to configure. I think we're good like that. And boom. Raffle is open. Type raffle in chat. And you may have a chance to pick the next game. In the meantime, I shall go to the old spreadsheet here and find Kamen Rider Climax Heroes. And there it is. Today's still 2022-05-13. And this game has now been completed. Well, it has not been completed, but we have played it. We have completed, we have fulfilled our duties in playing this game. When we are now up at 56.18% complete on this list as it stands currently. 159 games played out of 283. There will be games added, and there may possibly be games removed. There's some games that we might have some technical issues. You know, we tried to play Dual Blades on Steam, and that game ran at like 400% speed. That seemed to be uncurable. We have some PS3 overheating issues with some Tekken games and whatnot, unfortunately. But you know, for the small handful of games that are unplayable for one reason or another, there's another 120 or so that are just fine. Well, maybe they're not just fine, but they're playable at least. Oh yeah, well, I guess we can do this. I was gonna like hop around in the menus, but I already removed the disc, so that's probably not gonna work. I had something on my mind that I completely forgot, but that's fine. Fighting games are happening still, and I'm excited to find out what's next. Got about a minute or so, a little bit less, 40 seconds maybe, to take Twitch lag into account. To type raffle. I guess we can some jams going here. So far, a shocking lack of technical difficulties. I mean, I guess we had the controller situation with this game, but that was pretty easy to overcome. Let's see what's next. It's been a while since we got through one of these streams without any kind of somewhat major malfunctions. Depends a bit on the platforms, I guess, too. Some are more susceptible to these kinds of issues than others. All right. Let's go. Boom. Sword familiar. A lot of familiar faces here winning raffles. I mean, I guess that's how it goes with the subscriber rigging. But hey, I appreciate being able to reward loyal viewers one way or another. Congrats on a raffle well rigged, Sword Fam. Consult the list and let us know what we're going to be playing. Make sure to get nice and hydrated in the meantime. Oh, man. I really gotta cut my hair. It's long overdue. GANGAN Koushinkyoku. Alright. I guess that'll be on the PS4 then. It's the version I have on the list, I'm sure, because I do have the PS2 the PS2 Neo Geo collection on PS4 that has a fairly awful forced bilinear filter and possibly some other issues, but hey, that's the version we have. It's the version we will explore. Man, I have not played this game in a long time. Well, let's do it. Let's figure this out. Let's shut off the PS2 to begin with. can close down the upscaler for now. Let's get the HDMI situation sorted here. And I guess we'll hop on over here. Turn this on if I can find the power button. There we go. And of course, my screen. Change inputs. Oh yeah, I'm pretty sure yeah, I just realized I had some settings wrong for that whole time for the capture, for the PS2 capture, but I guess it looked fine. So GANGAN Koushinkyoku may be more familiar to some viewers under its Western name, which is Aggressors of Dark Combat. A delightfully contrived acronym for ADK, the developers of the game. Because it is on ADK Damashi, the ADK collection. I guess we can't, yeah, we can't use network features for this PS2 collection of Neo Geo games. I think we'll be okay. So, do I have cover art for this? Oh, okay, I just got the PS2 box here. That'll do. That's a pretty sick collection, actually. Turn it down a bit. Yeah, so you got Ninja Masters, Haunin Pocho. We got Ninja! Commando! I played this game a bunch as a kid, actually. A friend of mine had a Neo Geo and Ninja Commando. Ninja Combat. And GANGAN Koushinkyoku. And Twinkle Star Sprites. Very nice collection. Yeah, Twinkle Star Sprites is a cool game, but I haven't really played it much. I think these, all of these late PS2 Neo Geo ports actually are quite pricey. I'm sure this one, like I think World Heroes Gorgeous was also really expensive. Because they put out, I mean, obviously there were like concurrent, you know, King of Fighters 2003 or whatever, you know, came out on PS2. But a couple of years later, they ported like Mark of the Wolves. I'm trying to remember what other stuff that was like slightly older. That was just like released on, you know, as one full price disc release with online play in Japan. But they also did some of these collections. They did this one, ADK Damashi. They did World Heroes Gorgeous, as mentioned, which is, I guess, all of the World Heroes games. They did Foon, which I have that collection too. That's the two Foon games, Savage Rain and Kitsune Encounter, as their English titles. And there was Goro Densetsu Battle Archives, Volumes 1 and 2. I guess they were the King of Fighters collections as well. I'm not sure if they were quite in the same like series of releases, because they all had like the same like branding, like the Neo Geo something or other. Yeah, these versions are like the PS2 versions are already kind of debatable if they're how you'd want to play these games, and the PS2 on PS4 is like even worse. Yes, there's an auto fighting collection as well. A lot of these has like really sick artwork and stuff too. Like the cover art, like new illustrations by Ogura and other illustrators. But yeah, I remember when the Fatal Fury collections came out, I was like, ooh, maybe this is something I'd want to get. And it's like, well, they don't really offer anything that interesting feature-wise. They may be fairly limited in options compared to other like emulation type solutions, and they're like blurry and laggy, kind of. This game has lanes? Cool. Not exactly. It actually has basically free Z-axis movement. It's okay, can I? Oh, all right. I have to press the touchpad. It's a Knuckleheads like, if you will, or maybe a Pit Fighter like. Yeah. So like already, like it looks. It's really fucking weird to look at, isn't it? I mean, it's 9:42 p.m. Okay, well, you know, that's nice. Graphic setting. Okay, yeah, it's like extra overscan. Yeah, see, this is so weird. Like, it like automatically zooms it out. Like, it puts this giant screen box in the center. Like, it's already like scaled weirdly in like 2 different ways, it feels like. Because it's probably like, you know, whatever the PS4 emulator for PS2 games does. So, yeah, I don't know. Okay, punch, kick, jump. So I'd rather have jump here. Fatal Fury Battle Archive Volume 2, the last game rented for Blockbuster. Yeah, game rentals here was like very, very barely a thing into like CD-based medium. Like renting games, that was like definitely a like NES, Mega Drive, Super Nintendo thing. It was like felt very rare and weird to see that after that. Yeah, it was mentioned, by the way, speaking of like PSN releases on PS3, I mentioned on Discord earlier today, I finally was able to put in an order for that somewhat recently announced PS2 based SD card loader solution. There's like someone figured out a hack or a way to like use like via FreeMcBoot a way to load game disk images off of an SD card through the memory card slot. Like it's been a thing with PS2. Obviously, the PS2 has USB ports, but using USB storage for games is like doesn't work because the USB transfer speeds on the PS2 is too slow. So you might have games that sort of kind of hypothetically work, but you will have like a lot of stuttering and a lot of issues. But using this type of solution, you can actually run games off of like an SD card through the memory card slot, which is a really interesting solution, interesting development. So there's this shop that you can get like both a sort of free, pre-formatted FreeMcBoot memory card with all the software stuff you need, as well as the actual card adapter itself. So, and those things, like, they just sold out immediately, and the restocking was like happened a few times and they sold out. And but they got some of that stock or stuff in stock today, I guess. So I was able to place an order. The shop was, I don't know, it's a pretty dodgy website, and their estimated delivery was 1 to 3 months, which is like fine. I'm not in a hurry, but I'm looking forward to getting that because it'll be nice to be able to play games on real hardware that I wouldn't be able to afford to buy. You know, stuff like, I don't know, Rule of Rose or Dementia or whatever, or, you know, even US games that didn't have a Japanese version or whatever it might be. I'd rather do that than play them on emulator. But I was reminded because of that, someone mentioned they had gotten a PS3 with a custom firmware, and that was a whole thing, jumping through hoops, getting that to work. And that reminded me that, like, there is the other year or so, in relatively recent memory, someone discovered or figured out a debug mode on the PlayStation 1 and PlayStation 2 emulators on PS3 that you can, if you do this arcane button combination, you can there's this like debug menu that you can access, and in this debug menu you can disable the normally forced VSync, and apparently by disabling the VSync, the inherent input lag on the PS3 emulators, which is terrible, by the way, it's like humongous. Apparently that gets, like, I'm not sure if it gets completely fixed, but apparently it's much better. So ever since I read about that, I've been really intrigued to try that out to see if some of those games actually become more playable. Because I have a couple of PS1 and PS2 games on PS3 that I bought either because they were cheap or because I didn't know about it at the time, like how bad the emulation stuff was. Because I've got like Contra, Shattered Soldier, and Gradius 5, both games that you would definitely not want to play with a lot of input lag. And I've got some other PS1 games and stuff, and like, if I could confirm that you actually can use that debug code to make it like actually playable, that might be like, I might actually be interested in playing them at some point then. And anyway, that was a long side tangent. I guess we were due for one of those. Yeah, like, rental shops, definitely, obviously a thing of the past for the most part. But I think, like, movie game rental sort of culture, it's just very different here compared to other places. I mean, not to say that we're unique, but, like, it's not the same as the US, Japan, other parts of Europe. Definitely different type of scenario. Like, movie rentals was definitely a thing, but, like, games just was not part of that after a certain point, it seems. Like, technically you could, I remember a friend of mine did rent a PS2 and like GTA 3 at some point, so like it existed, but it's like I never knew or heard of anyone renting games. Maybe everyone was just downloading wares on PC instead, I don't fucking know. I miss going to the rental shop to pick up movies and games though. Those were good times. Anyway, so this game has Hanzo and Fuma in it, or at least Fuma. I forget if Hanzo's in it. I guess it's just Fuma. And you got some original characters. And some nice artwork and some pretty funky mechanics. But aside from the Z-axis movement, I basically don't remember jack shit about how this game plays. I'm gonna not feel too bad about picking easy, because I think we're gonna get destroyed by this game. That's my expectation. Yeah, we got the ADK World Hero style, like short tap for light, long press for heavy. Alright, A plus B. Okay, yeah, the grappling system seems advanced. You can actually see in the background, says Aggressors of Dark Combat, by the way, the English title. Alright, there's dashing. Do side steps. Is that how? Oh, okay. I remember this game having like free Z-axis movement. Maybe it doesn't. Got a small roster for its time. Pretty big characters. Pretty generic looking ones. No names, by the way. That's so weird, even on the character select screen. Kisara on the far left there, for some reason or another, ended up in Neo Geo Battle Coliseum, and she's kind of been, maybe on account of that, but like, she's been featured here and there since then in like artworks and stuff. Not a lot of these other characters, like, showed up much outside of this game. I guess there's no time. I love that the characters, like, if you highlight someone, the two characters next to them, like, look at them. That's such a cool little touch. There's no timer, I guess. This guy looks like he's gonna have some sick wrestling moves or some shit, and there's no way we're ever gonna land these on any later opponents. So let's pick him now and see if we can do something, do some damage here at the beginning. So yeah, I guess the game emulates like the Neo Geo console version with all that implies. Okay, yeah, there's move, but you can double tap. Okay, yeah. Okay, so I guess the light heavy sort of paradigm makes for even more like laggy inputs. There's like a good half second between me tapping and him chopping. So pressing both just like a... Okay. I've got the full rage gauge. Just, okay, forward heavy punch, I guess, is the lariat. Oh, sick, alright. Oh, alright. Got a suplex at least. I have no idea how like special moves or anything works. Oh, dude. Like, huge spray of blood. I see like the sweat coming off of the characters. That's such a cool effect, little breath. Oh, okay, that's a move. Guess that's probably mashing punch. No, oh, that's like a... Okay, that's something. Oh! Okay. It's got fucking Stan Hansen horns. Oh, I kind of recognize the jingle. I want to say it's a similar jingle in some other games. Bartender spills drinks whenever the screen shakes. That's a cool effect. I like the stages. This reminds me quite a bit of the London stage in CVS 2. But I like this better on account of being like nice pixel art. But anyway, yeah, so I did the weird, or I should say weird, like the hip toss kind of thing. Okay, yeah, I thought that guy looked suspicious. By hitting like forward and heavy punch when she dashed towards me. Okay, I'm trying to figure out, oh, there we go. Oh, I'm... Okay. Oh, there we go. I was gonna say I'll be able to do a down attack. Oh, shit. I didn't mean to run. Like a lot of cool little visual touches. Oh. Still don't know how to play the game, by the way, but... Okay, sure. I like him interrupting his own shouts. I guess his name is Sheen also, I didn't realize that. Okay, we're back in the back in the club. Me no Sokuri Santo. Hey, you. Nice mirror match dialogue. Attack! Attack! It's pretty good. Round start. All out. Oh yeah, I saw the bartender. Pretty serious spill. Here's how I did the... I don't think it's a mashing move, yeah. But it had like a special... Like, I don't know if this game has like Street Fighter motion specials or what it's got. fact I'm allowed to land throws, I'm kind of shocked by, honestly. I'm not sure what that little hop knee was. Oh, I think that was punished. Oh, I'm just mashing. It seems to get me out of grabs for the most part. Yeah, I'm curious if there's like... what's going on? What's up, that demo? If you know this game, feel free to let me know how any of it works. Okay, my life bar says GANGAN, so I'm sure I have access to some kind of super now. It's even like a unique little animation for recovering out of your stun. Yeah, the model art is so good in this game. Dude, it's like the third different win post. You never see that in games nowadays. Pretty slow around, but we'll take it. Do the music. Oh, I hate this character. Not that he's like terrible to fight or anything. I just like obnoxious looking child. Like my least favorite type of fighting game character. The music's sick though. You're smarter than what? This guy go to Smart Brain High School? Let's see about that. So weird they seem to like taunt. Someone did throw something on the stage, right? Some lady. Let's see what happened. Full black screen flash on special moves. It's pretty cool. This game is so like unusual, but a lot of nice touches. Like even World Heroes, I feel like has like a vibe that's quite different. Nice. Oh shit! I got hit by the fire. Like in terms of the art, like even World Heroes has a lot of, there's at least some of the games where there's like no names on the life bars. Like certain very slight bootleg kind of qualities to it. Do the juggle. But at the same time, a lot that's like actually really cool. There. Nice. Okay. Like, I feel like this game shares with World Heroes. There's a certain kind of goofiness to some of the character designs and what's going on. Like even the style of the art, which is quite similar. But it's a nice, interesting, weird little mix of stuff like that. Like. That makes it seem a little B tier. But then you have certain things like that little intro with the close-up of the faces. And you know, the bartender and shit. Like there's touches like that that it legitimately is very much, you know, puts it on par, or in some cases even sort of outdoes the stuff you'd expect from out of A tier games. With like generally higher production values. Laugh. Like a good base for a wrestling game. Yeah, it's funny, I was kind of thinking too when we like just with this kind of character design and that underground wrestling club stage, like reminds me a lot of the street fighting matches in Fire Suplex, aka 3 count bout. Oh, I'm trying to figure out the button to do that. Up and kick, I guess. Because that game is like, it's got some cool visuals, but it's like kind of awful to play. Like a lot of arcade wrestling games, it comes down to a lot of mashing that's like kind of impossible to do. And that has like wrestling matches interspersed with these like backstage brawl, street fight kind of matches. And this sort of feels like a better version of that. Like you've got some grappling, you got combat, you got this kind of movement. So yeah, I can definitely see that. I was kind of thinking, having similar thoughts. Dude, I'm trying to... Oh, shit! Got a different down attack? Oh, he's bleeding now, even. What? Oh, shit. Alright, let's not get hit. There we go. It's a simple effect, but it's so effective. Like, just spawning, like, drops of blood and sweat. It's one of those things where I guess it works pretty well, considering the movement of the characters. Like, they're, not that there's, like, standing still, but I feel like the size of the characters and the way these, like, sweat drops fall straight down, like, it could look very weird in games with, like, smaller characters who are more mobile. It's sort of, like, uniquely well fits well with this game, I guess. But I love these, like, the big sprays of sweat and blood when you get knocked down and shit, too. Very satisfying. It's like jumping is a thing. Yeah, so this is Fuma Kotaro from World Heroes. Technically, I guess it's not exactly from World Heroes, but, you know... Well, this version is, I suppose. This has to be the only fighting game I've played with, like, grappling mechanic that lets you, that has, like, room for countering and escaping. Where you end up making better use of it than the computer. Like, that should be a punish. Kick him, like, into the background. Fuck, I didn't mean to backdash there. Shit. This is not gonna be enough. Oh shit, okay. That was unblockable. That's pretty fucking sick though. Well, we made it a lot further than I thought we would on one credit. Now here's the question. Oh my god. Alright. Okay. He's gonna tell us his special move, but he was being very coy about it, and I didn't want to wait any further. I always liked this guy. Back in the day, when I would mash buttons in this game, playing it on Neo Rage X. Yeah, 3-count bout is just, like, not a good time. It's one of those games you look at and it's, like, really kind of cool, and you want it to be a good time, but it just kind of isn't. The Z-axis stuff is kind of weird. Like, it's hard to, you know, line yourself in a way where you actually hit. Also, I guess this game doesn't really have high and low attacks. It's not going well. He punished me after that, holy shit. Nope, okay. Like, clearly he's punishable after that, but... Oh, yep. Okay, should have jumped, I guess. I don't know what you do to get out of that. Not sure how you improve on the mashing problem in wrestling games. Well, I mean, Fire Pro Wrestling figured it out in like 1987 by not having any mashing. Like, it's one of those things where I don't get exactly why a lot of things are just adhering to certain things, but it's also like having systems. It's one thing to have systems dependent on mashing, you know, may or may not be a it's a cool stage, by the way. Like, regardless of how you feel about it as a sort of design in general, it's also a matter of like AI kind of design and combining a game that's like heavily dependent on mashing mechanics. Oh, I guess I taunted. I didn't quite mean to do that. With a game where the AI is like basically mashing. Anytime you have a setup where it's like, well, it's tug of war where one character, like, you know, one side has to outmash the other. It's so easy to make that like just a complete, oh shit, okay, shit show. Because like, as long as you have a game that's all about like spacing, positioning, timing, yeah, sure, you can make an AI completely input read and cheat all kinds of ways, right? But when you have mashing and it's like, there's, I don't know, I guess it's both easier to make it, to make the AI just impossibly strong and good at it, as well as I guess we're going back to this guy because I kind of know what I'm doing, not exactly, but more familiar. Like, it's both easier to make a strong AI that, you know, just has to be better than a human player at mashing, but it's also, when you're as a player exposed to that, it's so instantly obvious that that's what's going on that it's like just not fun to lose to. So I think it's one of those things where I think it's like inelegant design that's like not that fun or great under any circumstance, but it is exacerbated like 50-fold when seen in the, you know, in the context of how a game feels to play against a computer. But there are a lot of wrestling games that are not based around mashing, like timing for grapples, and you can absolutely have, you know, footsies type stuff for striking game too, you know. All right, now throwing gets us destroyed here too. Oh, okay, I tried to press a button. I guess we're dead. What's up, Gundam? No, we won the first 5 matches without too much trouble, and then we got stuck here. This is the only character who's been doing supers. Well, technically, I guess blue clothes guy bringing out the tiger that might have been a super. I don't know. It's hard to tell. There's like no super flash, no nothing. Attack! Yeah, but this is more what I would have expected in terms of challenge. I mean, I think both those things are like true. I mean, I don't like it in Muscle Bomber either. Like, I've never really enjoyed playing that game much. Oh, that was pretty sick. I haven't like really learned how to play that game. I just know that when I've played it without knowing what I'm doing, like the grappling stuff and like getting out of pins and stuff. Like, I don't know. It's just I can't. I feel like I haven't played a wrestling game that has stuff like that where I hadn't sort of wished that it didn't. But it's absolutely true that Breakout Bout in particular was egregious about it. Fire Pro is all about like timing and stamina. Basically, I mean, a lot of systems in Fire Pro are sort of governed by fatigue and stamina. Like, there's no countering where you press a button to like block or counter the other player's moves. Just as if you try to perform a move too big of a move compared to what your opponent, like if you start off the match doing a big move, your opponent will just automatically counter it. Oh, there, he got his air throw. Well, I don't think we have time to win. But like grapples, you just go into like a shoulder grapple type thing, and there's like a sound effect and a slight visual cue usually, and you press the button. It's like there's a timing window. The first player to hit the input for their, and it's just a single button or direction plus button. But it's a strict timing window. Well, actually, there's a huge window, but you have to be first after a particular point. It's like you see the animation of them locking up as like a heads up that like, all right, the grapple input situation is about to happen now. So you don't have to react to it like lightning fast. You have plenty of time to react to it happening, and then you have to just time it correctly. And then like if you try to go for big moves, you're more likely to be countered. I try to punish that, but but I've also never like thought too hard about like Fire Pro in sort of a, I don't know if to call it competitive context. Like even when you play that game, like I don't know, game balance and challenge, like it's all about the simulation aspect anyway. It seems like it would be extremely unsafe on block. Yeah, we might. This might be as far as we get. Like, we won 5 games in a row, and then we're on like what, our 8th continue on this match. It does seem like we have infinite continues though, unlike an actual AES console. Like Fire Pro feels good to play. And some of them had like actual pretty fun, both like story modes and career kind of things. But usually like I kind of have more fun like setting up matches to watch. But not all Fire Pro games are created equal. I mean, we used to play, I had a friend, used to play a lot of different games back when I was in like high school. And we played Fire Pro Wrestling D on the Dreamcast. And, you know, played all these different modes and like different rules. Doing like, because that game has like UFC matches and, you know, FMW style death matches and a lot of different shit in it. Okay, I did some little dash there. But yeah, a lot of games did similar stuff to Fire Pro. Like one game I really enjoyed was, which we played on the channel. Well, okay. I feel like we were pretty close the first time, and then we've not even gotten remotely close anytime since. What's the name? The Taito wrestling game, Champion Wrestler, the PS1 Champion Wrestler, which has like a very Fire Pro-esque system, but it doesn't have the stamina, basically, so you don't have to worry about that. Like, it's very fast-paced. Because stamina in Fire Pro, it doesn't just affect fatigue and, like, wearing down the opponent and landing heavier moves. It's also about, like, movement and, like, you get gassed and you take longer to get up and stuff. So Champion Wrestler plays similar to Fire Pro, but it's, like, extremely fast-paced. And the characters are more, like, visually distinct. Like, it has a big roster of, like, fake versions of famous wrestlers. And, it has, like, because Fire Pro, because every version of that game, like, it's all, every character on the roster is built with the same edit system. They sort of have that, you know, create a wrestler sort of look to them. Which is, like, perfectly fine. It's not an issue, especially in games where you have, like, 100 characters. But it's pretty cool for its time to see, like, or in any game, really, a game like Champion Wrestler have both such elaborate animation as it does. Like, it actually, you know, comparing it to any of the, like, contemporary Fire Pro games, Champion Wrestler actually has, like, pretty elaborate, like, unique... Trying to jump, but I can't react in time because there's, like, big input lag, I guess. It's just a flashy, cool-looking game with a surprisingly big roster and surprisingly elaborate animation. Highly recommended. I don't really hear a lot of people talk about it. It's also got cool, like, the characters are all 2D, but the ring is 3D. And it's got, like, commentary voiceover and shit. All the Pancras, dude. Yeah, Fire Pro Wrestling D has a lot of MMA stuff in it. The Champion Wrestler, there is an arcade game, but the PS1 is just like, it just has the same name. It doesn't play or look anything like it. I want to say that one had a PC Engine port. It's a much older game. It has, like, a subtitle. It's like Champion Wrestler Jikyo something, like commentary. Like, a lot of games that had live commentary would have Jikyo in the title. Cool, I landed one blocked hit so far. We're, like, literally doing worse every time here. Yep, okay. Oh, no, he got his life back. Interesting, okay. Cool, yeah, he got... I definitely did erase at least a pixel of health. But then he got it back. Oh, Monza, I lost. This is the power of ninjutsu. So let's see here. Okay, no, he won't... Well, I guess maybe if you let the timer go down to 1 or 0, he actually will tell you. Because he says, like, oh, my special move is, to be honest, I guess I didn't train enough. Or, like, just all these... Maybe he wasn't gonna tell you my special move. But that's what I was expecting, because you usually get that in Neo Geo games, like, on the... And even in, like, Street Fighter games, in the Japanese versions, anyway. In, like, Street Fighter Alpha and stuff, you would have, like... You would get some advice on the continue screen. Nope, of course not. It just doesn't work anymore. I guess there probably is some timing element to the grappling stuff, but mashing got me out of it previously. Yep, he got his health back. Oh, and I'm stunned, of course. These landing hits just gives you health back. It's kind of a peculiar mechanic. The how to play had some very brief... Like, basically, you initiate a grapple, and from there you can do moves. But when you see a little flash above your opponent's head, they can counter. But if you do a counter, you sort of flip over and you sort of initiate a new grapple. So I guess there's like an offensive and defensive party in each grapple exchange. So you counter, you become like the attacking person, and from there you can do a grab. But it seems like you can also just sort of mash out of it. like they would grab me, and I wouldn't do the flip counter, but you would sort of struggle back and forth and then just kind of let go. But I mean, that's my best rough understanding. Fucking fast too, like. Then stuff like that happens. Like, I don't know if that's a special move that, like, different from the grapple system. Like, you get such a life lead. Gets me out of my wheel kick. I mean, he's landing more hits than me now, of course, but... I slipped and hit a button. Oh, I hit the fucking tree. Dude, I give up. This is impossible. Like... I feel like there's some damage scaling shit going on, because... I don't even know. I mean, I guess I don't know how strong any of those attacks may be. It's just weird looking at the life bars and seeing... It doesn't feel like he's hitting me that much more than I'm hitting him when I'm, like, punishing. But yeah, see, like, his moves, like his chip does as much as my punish damage, and then he lands one thing like that, and, like, he's got the life lead, and I have no chance of recovering. Alright, big backdrop. We actually have a life lead. How about that? Accidentally did a heavy punch instead of a light one. Oh, okay. It's a punish? Yeah, look at the life difference now. Like that, like... Punish with a big-ass heavy kick, and it does, like, 2 pixels. That move comes out so fast. I mean, to be fair, like, that's what I said, like... This character's gonna have some big moves. It's gonna be cool to land, but I won't ever land them on anything but the first opponents. Okay. I'm trying to, like, do I have fast moves also? Like, I tap the jab button, and before my move fucking comes out, he hits me with the running kick. Dude, I held up. Maybe if you roll up instantly or jump, like... I was pretty far away. I saw what he was doing the move. I held up to walk out of the way to see if that would work, and it didn't work. Like, I'm sure the move has a counter. I'm sure that move isn't as good as it looks. But, like... I don't get a lot of opportunities to, like, try to figure out how it might work. Yeah, look at the life situation here. Oh, like he hits me out of my jab. He whip punishes with that, of course. And he punishes. Oh my god, it's just hopeless. It's interesting. See if I can bait stuff with jumps like that. Man, that super bar really doesn't last very long, does it? That, oh! I hit the wrong button. I guess I don't really understand the Netsu gauge versus the oh, he chipped me out. When it says Gangan on your life bar, like I'm taking it to mean that's when you can do the super. So I'm not sure. Maybe the gauge is just buffs your damage or something. Like I don't know. The start button is the touchpad, and it's like very mushy and weird. So I press it like 4 times. And I was like, oh no, I guess we're out of credits. And like, oh, okay, it did work. It's just very weird. No, I didn't mean fucking backdash. I was trying to see, like, I wonder if I can do my running attack, like... I wonder how, like, sort of safe it is. But it's not even a matter of, like, what it's on block, because... it, like, hit me out of it. It only works, like, sometimes. Like, fuck's sake, like, it looked like I felt like I was kind of doing well, and then I looked at life bar, it's like, well, nope, never mind. Of course. Like, I basically can't initiate anything. I have to, like, punish his... Like, throws are the one thing, well, except when he starts countering them, I guess. Actually did whiff, or punish. Well, it's not exactly whiff punish, it's counter hit him, I guess. Nope. There we go. It actually worked. I walked out of the way. Holy shit. Well, it's not gonna help us though, because we don't have time to win anyway. Well, that's our moral victory, I guess. When I started halfway out of the way, I was able to continue walking away from his super. Oh, boy, this game. Well, let's see if... Still got about... Umaku Ikigasuru. Nope, he doesn't tell me anything about his special moves. Game over. Thanks for playing. Thank apostrophe S. Game has a character named Siga who's German but speaks Spanish. Well, it might have a character named that. We don't know what any of the character names are because the game doesn't tell you, which is so absurd and weird. There was a character who spoke Spanish though. Well, like I said, probably very far from the ideal way of playing this game, but I'm not going to pretend like playing this on a proper Neo Geo arcade machine on a CRT monitor would guarantee doing any better at it, but... It's a game that's neat and charming, but it's got a lot of cool touches and everything, but yeah, it's... Games like this, when they get really hard... I mean, if I knew what the fuck I was doing, I guess... interesting Yakumega Shock intro screen. If I knew what I was doing and I knew any of the moves, it might be a slightly different story, but... There's a lot of weirdness to it. Not a bad game, but... At the same time, you don't play this game and go like... Man, why aren't there more games like this? Like, it was a weird thing from the beginning. It's one of those things where it sort of feels instantly like a Like, yep, checks out that this would be kind of an evolutionary dead end in terms of mechanics. But yeah, Kisara was sort of, I was gonna say immortalized, maybe that's a stretch, but she was brought back. So ADK, of course, was a separate company, but they were absorbed by SNK at some point. So SNK do own all the ADK IPs. So Kisara was turned into a playable character in Neo Geo Battle Coliseum. I think even though the designs are like sort of generic in a way, the pixel art and the character like artwork still has a lot of appeal. Like I really like the whatchamacallit, the like Japanese gang guy with like the blue coat and the wooden sandals. Like there's I feel like there's a million characters like that, but this is just like a well-expressed version of that character design. Like, you know, Kisara, the schoolgirl, the, I don't know, generic martial artist guy. Even the wrestler dude we played, like, it's a guy with a blonde mullet and a pair of jeans. Like, there's not a lot to the character design, but it's still, like, kind of neat. It's one of those things where, like, you know, if you had the character names on screen, if the characters got to express themselves a little bit more, and you got a better sense of who they were, and maybe they showed up in like one more game, like I feel like any one of these characters, like they're not any weaker character designs or characters than anything you'd see in early like Fatal Fury or Art of Fighting. There's just something about the presentation that gives us this kind of B tier vibe, along with these like very impressive like production values in some ways and elaborate system. Like the grappling is kind of crazy. But we'll leave it there for Gangan. 44 minutes roughly. Thank you for that pick, Sword Fam. I enjoyed that despite struggling with Puma. I say we set up a new raffle. Let's organize this and get stuff underway. That looks to be set up correctly. So let's see. How do I do this? How do I stream? Boom! Raffle is open. Type raffle in chat to enter the fray. I shall, in the meantime, as usual, hop on over to the spreadsheet here and check off another game from the list. And we are making very smooth progress today. I was feeling a little dismayed. As you may recall, last time we did one of these streams, we did a slightly longer one than usual. I think I had the day off work, or I worked half day or something like that. We started in the afternoon instead of in the evening. And despite doing like an 8-9 hour stream, we only played like 4 or 5 games. I mean, in fairness, we did spend like an hour or something watching Mortal Kombat Federation of Martial Arts, which was incredible. But I think we had to wait for like... Oh yeah, we did the Rugal Ultimate... Omega Rugal Boss Challenge stuff, which was pretty fun. So there's some reasons for that. But even so, like, I have this instinct of like, man, we should at least get through 5 games per one of these streams. So to do like an extra long one, and we still barely did it, felt... I don't know, felt bad. So I'm glad that we're kind of making up for it now with efficient fighting game playing. I mean, not that it's a race. I'm enjoying the journey no matter what. But it's satisfying to have a, you know, a VOD or have this go up on YouTube and there's a, you know, 4-hour video or something and it's like actually more than like 2 or 3 games. Yeah, let me... care of that. All right, 40 seconds-ish to join the next raffle, if you would so like. Just type, I was about to say type your name in chat. You don't have to type your name, you have to type raffle in chat. And your name will be added to the raffle. That's how that works. Sorry, Electro, no big follows here. Only organically grown local big follows. So the ones we cultivate here. All right. Final warning. Raffle is about to close, and we will pick a winner. Natural home range, unspeakable horrors. Let's go. Boom! Atomic Runner. On a tear. It's fine. We don't have any rules against entering multiple raffles. Maybe we should, but I'm too lazy to enforce such rules. So, congrats on excellent rigging. We take those. So we're all right. We're going full dank. We're going further into juvenile delinquency with Rokudenashi Blues, Taiketsu Okyo Shitenou. Very well. It's another console. We're getting around here. It is a Super Famicom game, which is a pretty interesting. It's a pretty interesting game, I guess is how I would phrase that. Let me dig out the cartridge. Enjoy the attract mode for another minute or so. Let's see. The Famicom. Let's turn this thing on again. Say goodbye to the PS4. And do some rejiggering here. And hop on over to this screen. Oh yeah, I knew I'd forgotten something. Not actually using the input. There we go. Well, it's also still not helping. It might just be the cartridge, of course, but usually you get some kind of feedback. Okay, it's on the correct one there. PS4 is freaking out. Let me, usually it would, like, send through some signal. Let me just grab another cartridge and see if, troubleshoot this. Did I, maybe... Oh, okay. No reason this would be wrong, yeah. Sure something else didn't unplug itself or something. Might be this. I mean, we're due for some technical issues. There we go. That's better. It's reacting anyway. Anyway, this is the wrong way. Well, let's try Rokudenashi Blues again. Oh, I should have my Q-tips here for emergency cartridge cleaning. Tell you what, I'm gonna go grab my cleaning utensils and see if we can clean the cartridge and see if that's the issue. I'll be back in a second. Also, yes, this is a manga-based licensed game. But yeah, I'll be back in just a minute. All right, let's keep these jams going. We might be here for a few minutes. Let's see. Oh, right, I forgot. Shoot. Well, hold on. Try it this way. And looks a bit grimy, so there's a chance this will actually help. Ever since I got my Super Famicom back in like 2006, I've definitely had issues with certain games. Like the cartridge, the console itself, I think is not the cleanest or the most like perfect at reading cards. I remember having games where I would like lose save data or have like stuff being quite sensitive to like cards being sort of jiggled. It's a weird little thing. Anyway, let's give it a shot. I do know that I have played this cartridge in the past, so it's it should be possible to get it to work. Let's try the old classic trick of pulling it out just a tiny sliver. You never know. Some certain Super Famicom games have a weird, like, weirdly long black screen before something shows up. I don't think that's what's going on here, but I don't think this is gonna work. But let's continue to tinker with it and see if we get there. There we go. Oh yeah, let's get the cover art. I just have this weird ass... Oh shit, I should get a better cover. It's like a weird picture that has the front and the back. It looks completely messed up in this layout. Never bothered fixing that. Oh well. Good faces already, yeah. So this is an interesting game. It's actually got some, as you can see, really quite slick pixel art and some good suplex action. If you were to look this game up on like game FAQs or something, you may be surprised to learn that this game may very well be listed as like an adventure game or a maybe even visual novel or RPG or something. Because that's what this game is. Just that once every chapter of the story, there's like one fight. And that fight is done in this like full-on versus fighting game style. But there is, I hope, I think, some kind of battle mode. It might not have a proper like arcade ladder. I'm not exactly sure. Yeah, story mode, 1-player blues, 2-player blues, an option. So we'll do the 1-player blues mode. And I guess we'll, if it ends up being, like, I think you just do like single matches. So we'll check out some matchups, and then maybe, if time permits, we'll take a quick look at the story mode, just kind of get a sense of what that looks like. But the story mode is like the main mode. Punch, kick. I guess that says Hisatsu punch. Those kanjis are a bit, yeah, but basically heavy punch, heavy kick, evasion on Eleanor. Okay. But yes, this is a manga about, like, I mean, you kind of make it out from the tiny thumbnail of the cover art, I think. Like, it's high schoolers who get into fights, I guess. I mean, I don't know the source material very well outside of this game. But I mean, you kind of get the vibe from the from the character portraits, right? The sprites are really interesting looking. Like, they're very kind of realistic in a lot of ways, like the anatomy and proportion and like shading. But they definitely don't look like rotoscoped, but they just like have very nice like artistic quality to them. No character names, by the way. Although, I mean, I'm sure most people who would be buying this game would know the source material well enough to at least recognize the characters. But it's still fucking weird. I guess I'm assuming this is the main guy. He's first here. We could try him. Yeah, very good faces. Yeah, I guess the selection just like defaults to this guy over here. That's why he was on the player 2 side. Try this guy, I guess. Yep, we got a whole selection of proper environments. But yeah, like I said, I think there's like one fight per chapter, basically. So I guess they probably have a location that's unique to each of them. Yeah, not knowing the source material, I have no idea what kind of tone it is, but even from that intro cutscene, definitely some comedic vibes to it. Okay, so the second punch and kick buttons don't seem to do anything. I guess I need meter. Yeah, even like the animation is like pretty realistic. Like the jumping is quite unusual. The big ass drop kicks, it's so good. Okay, so now I have... Yeah, now I can do the big ass punches. Didn't quite mean to jump there, but... Yeah. Trying to do some kind of... Yeah, I'm not sure how the meter and special moves type stuff works. Oh! Shit, yeah, I know there's like some grappling, and I think there's some like OTG stuff too, possibly. But it might be like range dependent. Oh, shit! Fucking power bombed out of my big ass punch. Okay. Probably could have hit him with something else, but the poses are so good. Like, the art's really nice. Yeah, it's like, that's kind of what all there's to it. Let's try some different characters here. So we'll go to the boxing ring. The fact that you got this little intro, not something you'd take for granted in like a Super Nintendo fighting game for sure. Oh, he's got leg sweeps, but standing kick is like a uppercut. Oh, do the ropes react? Oh, you can even bounce off of them. That's pretty sick. Oh, sick. Still not sure exactly how the L and R buttons, what they're supposed to do. I'm pretty sure Kaihi means like evasion. Also, again, like the Hisatsu punch and kick. Seems like the other dude was able to do them without the meter. Yeah, I'm sure there's like, you can do bigger OTG stuff than just this little toe poke too. But might be some pretty arcane or like context sensitive specific inputs. Yeah, as far as the portraits go, yeah, exactly, like big down attacks like that. No one seems to be having that good of a time. That was my Hisatsu kick move. Oh shit, he got me. That's interesting. Like, he knocked me down. It could have been a coincidence, but it kind of seemed like you have to, like, get hit after being knocked down. It's a good face. To die? Like, the match is not over until after you get knocked down, you get hit one more time. Okay, not sure what's going on with that outfit, but I've got the school gym. Oh, okay, got some fancy shit going on. Alright, I guess this is the goofball from the intro. But like, yeah, the art is like really nice. Like, you can imagine this being like a more proper fleshed out fighting game. It could have been like really sick. I mean, I'm thinking of comparing this to like the Ranma games and stuff, where it's like, yeah, you maybe have slightly fewer characters, or more characters rather. You have like a little more, I don't know, they're not that much more fleshed out, I guess. Because those games in particular aren't like quite Street Fighter clones. They've got their own weird stuff going on with like singular punch and kick buttons and like a jump button. But like, these characters don't really feel like they have a full typical fighting game character's worth of moves. Yeah, see, I'm like knocked down, but it's not over. Oh, see, yeah, I even survived. Well, for a little bit. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure this wasn't made to compete with Street Fighter or anything. More so that, like, you know, it's more, you know, it's far more impressive how far they went to make this such an elaborate thing when it could have very easily have been a, you know, a story-driven adventure game with like text and menu-based fight scenes. Like, I'm guessing, you know, just from sort of context here, the theming of the setting and the characters, that this is a comic where you expect there to be some amount of fighting. Or at least brawling or scuffling of some kind. But I feel like there's a lot of settings like that, or licenses, or whatever, that doesn't necessarily have to be, like, interpreted or translated into an actual fighting game. You might have a little bit of action and fighting, or you might not even, you know? So for them to go to this length to make, you know, all these elaborate animations, and the background art's really beautiful. Like, you have these like animated portraits. You got a lot of little cool touches. It's kind of weird. I mean, weird isn't really the right word for it, but it's just like noteworthy, you know? It's novel and it's interesting. But I can only imagine, you know, people who had been in the, like, the target audience for this, who would be into this comic, you know, at the time. Someone who is into a comic about these, like, high school hoodlums, who is also into buying Super Nintendo games in whatever year this came out. Chances are they're not going to be opposed to a little bit of street fightering in their video games. But it's really cool that, of course, it does have a full, you know, the cross-up.
Unspeakable horror awaits you.
Full story aspect to it as well. Alamasar, what is up? You may be a little late, but you're not too late. We're still gaming. Doing some big fighting gaming here. But thank you very much for your continued support. 1 month away for 2 full years of Unspeakable Horrors. That is highly generous of you, and I greatly appreciate it. Oh, boy. Not that easy. Then again, I don't know how to play. And very, like, high-quality voice clips and shit, too. Check out this guy. We'll do this one last matchup. Let's go to the rooftop. And I feel like just doing more battles in one-player blues mode is not going to be that much more interesting. So maybe we'll see if we can get through the... I don't know how long the chapters are. I don't remember. But we'll take a look at the story mode. Yo, these, like, transparent after images. Also, like, weirdly fancy. Like, I feel even confused about it, because, like, I know that there's limitations to what the Super Nintendo can do with transparencies, with different layers and stuff. Oh, dude, the fucking delayed vertical suplex. Oh yeah, I guess you... Yeah, I don't know how you do the leap attack, really. Yeah, see, he's doing that... Yeah, I don't get the rage gauge. Doesn't seem to be... Or, you know... Maybe the computer doesn't quite play by the same rules as I do. I guess that's also not impossible. I know that one character has, like, a giant swing. There's some other shit like that. But, yeah, it's not like I know the game very well. Cool looking, and then the music is trash. I wouldn't say it's trash. It's, pretty adequate. Pretty, middle of the road, I guess. Doesn't quite, stand out in a positive or negative light, in my opinion. Hey man, この野郎! Let me down. It's quite the intro to this game. Yeah, the faces are great. Like the art in the manga is really nice. Oh yeah, so the title Taiketsu Tokyo Shitenou means like showdown. The four heavenly kings of Tokyo. Like Shitenou is a very commonly recurring. Like I think it's a. Is it like a Buddhist term or something originally? It's something that shows up everywhere in like Japanese pop culture. Like anytime there's like four, you know, bosses or whatever. Like the most commonly known example I'm sure would be in Street Fighter, the four heavenly kings of Shadaloo. But it's a super ubiquitous term. So I'm sure in this case it refers to some four like gang, leaders or some shit. Anyway, let's take a quick look at story mode. Alright, Maeda Taiso or something, I guess that's the character. But yeah, this reminds me visually a lot of the Kunio game. Shin Neketsukoha Kunio-kun. Getting bullied by members of the boxing club, something. I don't know. I'm not paying too much attention here. Obviously, the Kunio games have a lot of these same type of trappings. Scenario 1. Ponytail and courage. Yeah, the art is so fucking good. Like, Check-chan, I'm going to the coffee shop to meet Maeda. You wanna come with me? It's like, oh, but I say these mean things to Maeda, like I'm sure he's angry with me. Like, nah, I'm sure he's fine. Like, yeah, he's something about he's gonna like your cute ponytail, something. Anyway, let's go find him, I guess. But yeah, this is kind of what the game is like and what it's looked like. It's like you got these encounters and dialogue scenes, so you walk around. Oh shit. Ah, damn it. So you might expect it's like, alright, okay, so now we're going to fighting mode. But no, not really. It's mostly like walking around and talking. But dude, like I can't get over how fucking good this looks. Like, I gotta imagine that if you're into this source material, like I'm just trying to imagine if this was like Cobra or something that I really like. Just seeing these scenes and these characters presented like this with this like sick pixel art, even if it doesn't play like an action game, like seeing this and imagining sort of side-scrolling view and these characters interacting, like it's pretty nicely presented. But not having any familiarity with the source material, of course, like it's going to be hard to judge. Like I love the presentation, it looks so cool. It reminds me a little bit of the JoJo game on Super Nintendo, which is also like it's more of an RPG. But it's a little bit similar in that it's got this like weird kind of cropped look where you see like the upper bodies of these characters walking around this like super letterboxed view, but it's also this like very specific side view perspective and you sort of walk around. Talking and interacting and doing stuff, and it doesn't really have, I mean, that game doesn't have a sick versus fighting battle mode. I don't think that game is held in like particularly high regard, but the presentation of it sort of reminds me of this. Yeah, Cobra is one of my favorite comics. I mean, the Mega CD game was one of my first introductions to it, and I just fell in love with that game. I knew of it, and I'd seen bits and pieces here and there, but I hadn't really read any of the comics or anything. But I pretty much collect most of what I can get my hands on with Cobra and other works by Buichi Terasawa. I haven't seen the I have it all somewhere, the TV show. I haven't watched it. Well, the 80s TV show. I watched the movie not that long ago, and it's kind of interesting because it's sort of a talk, it says. Okay. The Cobra movie is like a real hodgepodge of different elements from the comic that it's all like, it's all very different. It's like it's not like a direct adaptation at all. It like borrows certain scenes and stuff, but it's all jumbled together and a lot of it's changed. And I thought it was kind of weird. I don't know. I didn't really, I mean, it was visually cool. Like I enjoyed it, but it's not like, if someone was interested in Cobra, I wouldn't recommend the movie as a starting point, because it's, to me, it's so different from the comics and the stuff that I really like. But I watched the 2008, 2009, whenever they came out. I guess it would have been 2009, because it was like the anniversary. Cobra the animation, they released 2 OVAs, Time Drive and the Psycho Gun, and I really liked those. And then off of that, they did 1 season of TV, which was also like just adapting various stories from the books, and I really liked that. And then in like 2015 or something, I think they announced like the return of Joe Gilliam, or whatever it was called, like the new like anime adaptation, and it still hasn't come out yet, so I'm not sure what the deal is with that. But I'm mostly like, I'm more into manga than anime anyway. I have like, it's kind of tough with a comic like Cobra to sort of collect, because it hasn't like ever been printed in one like series, in one run that has everything, because I have a set of Jump Deluxe comic books from like the late 80s or early 90s, and it's like a complete set of that edition. It's like 12 books or something. I'm looking over at my shelf in case I can see them. I can't really see them from here, but there's been a lot of other stories published after that, so I have some of those. But it's like, and like digging through online secondhand shops for used comics, it's not that easy to figure out exactly what's what. And a lot of these things have been published so many different times in different constellations and different, you know, formats and different, you know, it wasn't a series that was like, I mean, it's like episodic. So you could read a lot of the stories in kind of whatever order, and they were kind of bundled and published differently. So it's fun in the sense that it's like, there's always more to explore. But it's not like you have, you know, books 1 through 47 and then that's it. Like you have with a lot of other comics. So it's like, there's a lot of it. But not like, it hasn't been, you know, the latest that I know of that came out, it's called Over the Rainbow, I think, was a Cobra series that was published like, I don't know if it was last year, but it was like 2020 or something, 2020, I think. It was like published for free on some online website thing. I don't know if there's a print version of it. It was not a very long story, but it's not like there has been like monthly episodes of Cobra from 1979 to 2020. It's very like just sporadically here and there new stuff drops. I don't think Terasawa is particularly active nowadays. I mean, I follow him on Twitter. He's, you know, he's got shit going on, I guess, but he doesn't like, draw new episodes on a regular basis, as far as I'm aware, and it probably hasn't for a long time. But every now and then, some new stuff shows up, and then you have like new editions and sometimes like colorized versions and whatever else. But I mean, I haven't read a lot of it either. I've bought a lot because I picked up a couple of volumes when I was in Japan, and then much later, you know, not that many years ago, I bought, you know, that full set of the however many books. Oh shit, she just cut off her hair. Shit's getting dramatic. A lot of talking and a bit of punching. That's how this game goes. It's interesting we have the power meter and the rage gauge, by the way. I wonder if they like affect the adventure part, or if it's just like building up to whenever we get to the fighting. But yeah, in any case, I did buy like just a bundle that had all these 12 or 15 books or however many they were in that one particular set. And I've gotten some other individual stories. I have the PS1 action game. I have both of the PS1 digital comics that they released. And I have most, well, I'm not sure most other, but I have a lot of the other Terasawa comics, like Black Knight Bat, Takeru, Karastengu Kabuto. I think Goku Midnight Eye is the one I'm like the big gap. But even then, like, it's not super duper easy to keep track of what's exactly out there. But his shit is always fun. Like, I love reading it, and just like visually, it's so awesome. It's a Karasu Tengu, not Cross Tengu. Kabuto did actually have a TV anime adaptation as well. I haven't watched it, but it's got an incredible theme song. But yeah, Midnight Eye had an OVA adaptation, which I did watch at some point. It's really sick. Because that's a cool, you get these like late 80s OVAs with like incredible production values and like insane quality animation. But Karastengu Kabuto had like I don't think it's a super long running TV show, but like a season or two, I guess. Is that the one where some feudal lord gets alien weapons? Like, all of his series basically have pretty extensive, like, anachronistic elements. Like, it's like set in this sort of medieval Japan setting, but it does also have like sky fortresses and robots and whatever else. I don't really know what the plot is, so I don't know if it specifically involves aliens, but if someone told me that's what the plot is, I would not be surprised. Oh, dude, like the art. Okay, I thought I was the other guy, so I didn't realize that I was leaving. But yeah, pretty much anything Buichi Terasawa, I wouldn't hesitate to recommend. If you like pulp action stuff with insanely awesome like character designs and creatures and shit. Alright, but yeah, basically this is sort of what the story mode in this game is like. So like I said, you shouldn't be surprised if you see this game classified as like an adventure game, because as far as the main game is concerned, the fighting game part is like extremely minor, and this is what the game is. But it's really like impressive. Again, like I think you could very easily have sold a game that's very much this kind of thing, but with a lot more pedestrian, presentation in terms of art. Yeah, like I said, Go, I haven't actually read it. Oh wait, I can drink. Alright, okay. Oh, that was a health refill. Alright. Do we get... the thing is, like... Oh, maybe that is the boxer guy on the far right. I was gonna say, like, if these characters aren't characters that show up in the versus mode, then we're definitely not gonna fight them, right? But I think the guy on the far right is actually the... Or at least, I think he could be. So let's see if this leads to a fight. Yeah, I love it when I find floor soda in school. Just instantly squat down to drink it. But yeah, it's as far as Cobra goes, like there's a handful of Cobra games, and I'd say the average level is like pretty decently high. But it's a shame that there was never a 2D action game, really. Like, there's the French PC games with the isometric perspective. I do want to play those games. They're all like the CPC and whatever. It looks like we're having a fight. Oh, here we go. Yep. But like, yeah, because on the Super Nintendo, like, you had stuff like Kamen Rider. Like, there's a Cyber 009 game. Because, like, yeah, you could argue that Cobra wasn't exactly, you know, at its peak, like the biggest, you know, license to make games of at that point. But I mean, they made games of older and weirder stuff, I feel like, for the Super Nintendo. You know, there's like the Ultraman games, like I mentioned, the original Kamen Rider had a game. Loop on the Third. Elbow drop. Would have been cool. But the thing is, too, like, I feel like it's, I think the adventure games are, like, kind of the perfect match for the IP. Because even though, like, yeah, Cobra is an action hero, you could absolutely make an action game out of it. A lot of the appeal... Oh, this is a strong continuous screen. A lot of the appeal of Cobra, I feel, comes from the world and the characters and the dialogue and stuff. Oh, dude, it's so sick. And if you had like a side-scrolling, punching, shooting, jumping kind of game, I mean, you could get a lot of character designs and artwork and, you know, atmosphere, but it would be very hard, I think, to convey like the character of Cobra and like the personality of the world. Whereas I think like the adventure games, they have like combat in them, which is like a little bit clunky, but it's fine, you know. It doesn't, like, the combat's got good artwork to it, so it still captures the vibe of like the action scenes from the comic. And I don't really feel like the action scenes are necessarily the highlight of the comic anyway. Alright, these dropkicks seem to work pretty well. So I actually think the adventure games work out like pretty well. Nice. So like, I'm glad we got those games, at least. Alright, can't figure out how to do the big elbow drop. Shit. Also, I just realized, it doesn't seem like this game has like any kind of saving or passwords. This neutral jump kick is so weird, it hits so high. Let's keep it quick. So, like, yeah, you know, for how ubiquitous, like, Cobra is, it feels like, it ought to have had more games. Like, actually, Fist of the North Star is another great example. Like, Fist of the North Star, it made sense that there's a bunch of them on the Famicom, because that, like, completely overlaps when that series was published and when it was super huge. But, like, by the time the Super Famicom came out, like, Fist of the North Star had ended. Now, of course, like, it has remained popular, so it, you know, it's not that weird that they would keep making games for it as such. But that's a series that's had these kind of... Dude, how good is this? Fucking ad break screen. It's pretty sick. You know, that had 3 more games on the Super Famicom, and then it had like PS1 games and Saturn games and PS2 games and like make games for ancient properties all the time. To a degree, like I feel like a lot of stuff just sort of sticks around in the collective consciousness. If it does well and is popular. And I feel like Cobra, there's no reason that couldn't have been like that too, because I mean, yeah, there's a Cobra game on the PS1, and well, I was gonna say it's not like it was more relevant then than it was in the Super Famicom days, but it's actually the storyline of the PS1 Cobra game is based directly on the Psycho Gun, which I think did come out in like '95, so I think that was a concurrent, like a new comic at the time. But still, like, there probably were comics in the 90s as well, or at least late enough in the 80s for it not to be super weird. I mean, Cyborg 009 is like a 70s comic, and that got a Super Nintendo game, so, you know, why not? Anyway, we can reminisce and fantasize about sick Cobra games. I'm sure I've mentioned this before, but I was a huge fan of the Fist of the North Star Yakuza game. Hokuto ga Gotoku, aka, what's it called? Lost Paradise, the English version. I love that game because I'm a huge fan of both properties, right? And I think the Yakuza sort of gameplay template actually fits Fist of the North Star really well, because you have, yeah, you get a lot of punching and fighting, but you get to explore this world and you get to have a little bit of drama and you get some story and character, and, you know, and you get a lot of that goofy Yakuza flavor, which isn't, you know, part of Fist of the North Star at all, but it's a fun sort of merge. Yeah, I mean, that's a game, I think it's the best Fist of the North Star game, period. And I think it's, like, I like it, I enjoyed it more than several of the Yakuza games. But I can see, I think I was, like, perfectly positioned to really enjoy it. And there are parts of it that I really don't like. Some of the grindy stuff is kind of terrible, and it's a little bit light on certain things, like, which makes sense because they couldn't really reuse so much of the world and stuff from the other Yakuza games. Like the desert part, the driving is like fairly miserable. That part's not that exciting. But the combat is like pretty much the best combat in any of those games. I feel like it's that game and Yakuza 0. Those two have the best combat, and it's arguable that Fist of the North Star 1 is maybe better. But I thought the original story was cool, and the new characters were awesome. Like, I really enjoyed the story, and I thought it was really fun to see a new story, because so many games just cover the same ground that isn't really that interesting, you know? So I love that game. But I felt like that was also, like, maybe the fighting would be a different thing. I don't know exactly how you would do it, but I think that style of game would be awesome for Cobra. Like, not necessarily a Cobra Yakuza game, although I would very happily take that. But a game where you, like, you have, you know, you wander around this... You probably wouldn't set a Cobra game in one city. But, you know, you have gambling, you have this underground fighting circuit, you have, you know, all these, like, weird... Like, so many of those things I think would work so well with Cobra, because, like, he goes to these places and you get to all these seedy, you know, bars and clubs and weird places, but also just, like, interacting with a lot of different people. You know, you might have some weird little quests to do for others with weird twists and turns. And I don't think, like, if you think of what the action and stuff is in Cobra Comics, it's not like he always just brings out the Psycho Gun and shoots everything. Like, you wouldn't necessarily have to make it a, you know, a Contra game or like a shooting game. To the extent that there is fighting, I feel like a lot of it could very well be punching and kicking, and that would not be out of character either. So anyway, I feel like I guess I do spend some amount of time fantasizing about what a Cobra game could be. Ones we never got, but also ones we hypothetically still could. Hokuto ga Gotoku is definitely better than Last Battle. The Mega Drive Fist of the North Star 2 game is and maybe not as bad as some people might make it out to be, but also not very good. It's interesting, it's neat, but it's also definitely not great. Anyway, this is what the story mode is like in Rokudenashi Blues. I think it's a really cool game for what it is. Let's eat some parking lot soda. He's like, oh, my stomach hurts. Shouldn't have drunk that. I took some damage from a parking lot soda. Anyway, I'm just gonna like continue playing here, but let's leave it there and wrap up Rokudenashi Blues. Taiketsu Tokyo Shitenou. Pretty neat game though. Pretty neat game. As far as licensed Super Nintendo games with a bit of fighting game in it, you could probably do a lot worse than this. We will, I think, set up one more raffle, and that will most likely be the last one for tonight. We've been going for quite a while. We've been knocking out games left and right. So let's set up one last raffle and see what we will do next. Give me a sec here to configure the back end here. I think that is looks all set up. So there we go. The raffle is now open. Type raffle in chat and you will have a chance to pick the next game. Wanted to see if we can see some other new scenes or something. We just got the little cafe here. Oh, it looks so nice. Oh yeah, lest I forget, let me go to the spreadsheet and update and add Rokudenashi Blues to our list of games that have been played. Hey, still 2022 05 13. There we go. I mean, you know, yeah, the raffle clock's going there where I'm, you know, might as well push some buttons while we're waiting, right? But yeah, it's definitely a quite novel game. There, ooh, more parking lot soda. I think I'll skip that. Oh shit! Look at that guy.
School's over for today. Get out of here.
You know, all these tough guys. Oh yeah, I thought this would lead to like a rooftop, but I guess just a gym. It's very possible that the art is awesome because there's like 5 screens in the entire game. Although we do have fighting stages later that are set on like, there's like the harbor, the rooftop, the construction site. There's like obviously going to be locations outside of the school. But it's also very possible that it's not like a super huge variety in locations. Which is fine. Like, the game is clearly about the storytelling and the characters. And to some degree the fighting, I guess. You know, before it's about having this expansive world. Oh yeah, okay. I guess I was thinking that this guy would like block off my route. Alright, he doesn't like us bumping into him and walking off. That's pretty good. Like we did sort of stutter when we walked past him. I guess that was to indicate that we like bumped shoulders with him. Oh shit, did that advance the plot? Maybe. Well, last call for raffle entries. Type raffle in chat. You have about 10 to 20 seconds. If you would like to have a chance of picking the final game for tonight's stream. Let's see what it's going to be. It's been a very interesting and eclectic mix. We had some very slight technical issues with getting this game to boot up, but other than that, it's been pretty relatively hassle-free. Let's go! Anyway, there we have it. Time's out. Let's go. Boom. Sinuj Belmont. Congrats. You are the winner of this raffle. And you will get to pick what we play next. Hydrate for a little bit before I forget. Yay, well, congrats. Let us know what it's going to be. Guess we'll continue to push buttons here. You find anything exciting in the list? Do let us know. Other pick was the Kunio-kun. Oh yeah, that's I thought you meant the Kunio-kun game that's like this, and I was like, wait, I wouldn't have that on the list, would I? I have that game, I'm pretty sure. But no, it's the Nekketsu Kakuto Densetsu, the Famicom like arena fighter that's in the PS4 Kunio collection that I have. Mortal Kombat 1 for the Super Famicom. All right, let's do it. That one I do actually have. I don't think it's in. Oh, actually, it feels like it is. We have it right here. I'm trying to recall, like I feel like we played this not so long ago. I'm trying to remember what that would have been, because it's it's like not on the list here. Maybe it was for like my birthday or something. We just did random shit. I'm not sure. But doesn't matter. We're playing it now. And I had a very interesting discovery recently. See if you can just boot it up right there. There we go. Let me just update the game info stuff here before I forget. Get ready for some quality Super Nintendo reverb. Yeah. So I have this complete with the manual and everything, and this is cool. Like, I love this manual. It's got some interesting, like, translation and localization of some stuff that didn't really carry through very far into this. I mean, this series didn't have a long run in Japan per se. I mean, there were like up until UMK3 these games came out, but the presentation of this looks like a fucking fanzine or something. It's fucking terrible. But it's pretty cool. They have like the kanji names for the characters, and they have like all these Japanese and Chinese well, in English in a lot of cases actually, names for all the special moves that are like super cool. Like Johnny Cage's projectile is called a Stardust Shot. His Shadow Kick is the Hologram Attack, and his Nut Punch is the Diamond Crusher. The best one is definitely Scorpion's Teleport, which is the Death Trap Illusion. There's like sick names like that. Yeah, Scorpion's got the Battle Harpoon and the Death Trap Illusion. There's like so many interesting little touches with the localization and shit like that's really cool. That was just like never really. I mean, it was done by Acclaim Japan, so it's not like Midway would have known or cared to incorporate any of it. But it's still kind of a shame. It's still sort of interesting and fun to see it in these early ports. We also have this, which is a page ripped from Famitsu, I guess. Yeah. Hindan no Higi, the forbidden techniques. So we have all the finishing moves here. Yeah, Kyukyoku Shinken de Shinasete. Yeah, even that, like the That's such a sick translation. The fatality is called Kyukyokushinken, Ultimate God Fist. It's like, yeah, here's every character's ultimate God Fist command. Like, it doesn't get fucking cooler than that. And yeah, in MK2, yeah, because it has like this subtitle. Well, I guess you see it in the box art there, kind of. Like the God Fist competition legend, whatever. And I think MK2. Yeah. MK2, it just says Kyukyokushinken Mortal Kombat 2, Ultimate God Fist Mortal Kombat 2. Like, dude, this shit is so sick. But yeah, as you may have noticed, as much as I enjoy Acclaim Japan's localization work, 0% of it is present in the game itself, and that was usually the case. A lot of the time, their games would have interesting and extensive localization in the manuals, but the games themselves are like exactly the same as the American version. Yeah, I love these localizations. It's a shame that they didn't like incorporate more of that later on. But yes, this port, developed by Sculptured Software, is fairly atrocious. It's got a lot of major issues. It has quite nice visuals. The music and sound effects are kind of, I mean, you can just listen to it. It doesn't sound good. It has the voice clips. Like, on the surface, this version seems like it would have some stuff over the Mega Drive version. Yeah, it has this weird option, weapons disabled in versus mode, so you can just turn off special moves in versus mode if you think that's going to make the game more fun. It has voice clips that were missing from the Mega Drive version. It has, the character sprites and backgrounds definitely are a lot prettier. Like, the Mega Drive version is pretty grungy looking. But it's... everything else is worse, pretty much. Like, it's slow and weird, and, like, the screen size is all messed up. The characters are, like, way too large, and you have, like... I mean, they're not huge, but just, like, the space of the play area is all wrong. So you don't have enough room, and it's like the sprites are sort of scaled incorrectly to account for the screen size and aspect ratio. So the characters are, like, really wide, and you basically can't... Like, if you back away as far as you can from each other, you can still land a jump kick. Like, jump distance is not supposed to be full screen. But the biggest issue for sure is that it's got, like, super whack... like, if you look at this, like, it looks nice. But it's, like, it's got super clunky, laggy input, and, like, it's just awful. But the thing that I just, like, learned relatively recently, I'd played this version, I had friends who had this game when I was a kid, and I'd played both the Super Nintendo and Mega Drive versions, and I remember preferring the Mega Drive version, even though I didn't necessarily play a lot of them, like, in close proximity, as I can recall. The Super Nintendo version was probably the one I played first, and I thought it was awesome, and then I played it on Mega Drive, and I thought it was awesome. Like, I never owned any of these games, but I had a Mega Drive, so we would at some point maybe borrow this one or MK2 from, like, one of my brother's friends or something, so I'd play it a fair amount here and there. But I bought this in 2006 when I was living in Japan and I started collecting games. I knew I liked Mortal Kombat. Having the Japanese version was like, oh, that's pretty cool. So I picked up this in MK2 and I played them. It's like, wow, man, I played this 12 years ago and it was awful, but wow, it's, now that I can play the arcade version on MAME. I never played the arcade version growing up because arcades weren't really a thing. So I never knew the arcade version until that was emulated in, like, the late 90s. So never, I guess it's... But I mean, that never came up into conversation in terms of, like, which version was better. I only ever played, like, the Amiga, Mega Drive, and Super Nintendo versions. I guess I probably played the DOS version at some point, which is a very good port, by the way. In any case, this cartridge copy is pretty much the only version, the only, like, if I've played the Super Nintendo version of MK1 at any point in the last 15 something years, this cartridge would be what I'd played. And I was like, yeah, I know it's terrible, it's laggy, it's weird. And I learned, I was told, relatively recently, that the Japanese release of this game is like the fixed version. This is like the good version. And apparently the PAL and North American versions, because this I guess would have come out a little later in Japan, but apparently the original release is like way worse in terms of the clunkiness and the input delay or whatever, and this version is like improved. Which, when I first read that, I was like really intrigued to actually play the American version, because this is like fucking awful. Like, things don't behave the way they're supposed to at all. It's... If you're familiar enough with the arcade version, you'll instantly just see it. Like, it's just not right. Like, it's not just like individual frame data on animation, it's like... I mean, it's that too. Alright, I guess this works. Should double check here what the actual input is for her leg grab. Down both lows and block. Okay, that's what I thought. Oh yeah, timer. Yeah, okay, that works. So I'm sure it doesn't like work exactly the same in this version, but Sonya can like get a weird unblockable loops. Because you could, there's like a window of time during the wake up animation where you can't block or something. It's like not necessarily guaranteed, but you can like set it up. She's like super busted in this game. She's the best character. That was supposed to be a different move. Okay. Now obviously, like, who's the best character doesn't necessarily reflect in, like, you know, the strongest competitive character versus, like, playing, I guess, the computer, but in some ways it might. But again, I couldn't tell you to what extent any of that carries over to this version anyway. We'll see how it goes. This version, as I recall, does give you limited credits, and there might be some kind of code to get more credits, because I know that MK2 had that. But we'll see. Oh my god, I'm trying to do the fucking leg grab. See, I'm full screen and I do a jump in kick and I'm like fucking on top of him. Like there's no room. It's so weirdly cramped. There's like a second of delay after the fight announcement and the round actually starting. That freeze like knocked me back for some reason. Yeah, that was weird. Yeah, there's some weird, like, you can do like fatalities after they get like knocked down. Yeah, you get 4 credits. Well, I don't really know, like, I haven't really... I've never really practiced MK1 to learn, like, AI strats, so I couldn't tell you. Like, it's, a lot of stuff just feels off. Like, MK1 definitely feels pretty weird, in general. That... So there's like a kind of a clunkiness to MK1 in general, like compared to MK2 and MK3. But this is not that. It's just that. Oh. See, like, you just like jump over. Like, jump-ins are so awkward. And yeah, block stun is kind of a suggestion. But yeah, it's pretty hard. Cuts seem surprisingly effective, but... Oh, well. On occasion. Yeah, a little lag when the uppercut hits, or like a little stutter. And then, yeah, the timing of that animation is so fucked. It's like completely linear instead of like actually having motion to it. Oh, it's terrible. It's like so many things like that where it's like whatever reference they had of the original game, like, you know, this could have been a situation where they just kind of have an arcade machine to play on and have to like try their best to match what it looks and plays like. But even if that was the case, there's a lot of stuff where it's like very strange how they managed to mess it up the way they did. Yep. All right, we got some OTG throws there. Yeah, the floor is really high up too. Well, the arcade version does not run in 320 by 240. Like, it does run in a higher resolution. So it's not like they took the original assets and like and fit them. Like, it's not that exactly, but it's because you have like some multi-platform games, like Mega Drive games that were ported to Super Nintendo, and they just cut off the playfield exactly the way you described. And in a sense, that's a little bit of what's going on here. It is truncated and it's like shrunk down a little bit, but it's not strictly that exactly. But yeah, like the characters are wider here on screen than they are in the arcade. But also the floor is higher up. I don't know if the jumps are wider. They're probably just, you know, the width of the jump is probably the same ratio of you know, however wide the characters are. But you can also not get as close to the corners. There's like an invisible wall by the... See, I can't like get further into this, like, towards the edge than that. Which is like kind of weird. Stun animation. Like, there's a lot of weird animation stuff that's just... The animation timing is just different. Like, it's not missing frames necessarily, even though it is missing frames here and there too, but... It's so weird. A lot of the things that are weird about this port, it's like confusing why it would end up that way. Well, we're not going to beat the game, but let's see how well we can do here. That extra split second of... delay before the round start. Oh, try to crouch. But some stuff like that, like... okay, not sure why I couldn't block there. I'm fucked. Yeah, there's no way to get out there. Scorpion's teleport also doesn't work in the corner. But there is some stuff like that that's completely accurate to the arcade game, where it's like the AI... The AI in MK1 is like, in some ways... not nearly as... overt in its cheating as it is in the sequels, and then in other ways it's like more egregious. But it's a lot of stuff, like you notice that I'm getting thrown in weird situations. Like, obviously this game doesn't have throw breaks. In the arcade games, at least, you can prevent yourself from getting thrown by holding back, but it only works against human opponents. Against the computer, there's no way to prevent it. So like, when you get knocked down and they're point blank on your wake up, they can basically just meaty throw you and there's nothing you can do about it. Like MK2 introduced a lot of weird AI cheats with throwing, where like you stick a poke, you know, you do a sweep, and you get thrown. Like when your limb connects with their body, instead of anything happening to them, you get thrown. Uppercut delay. And MK1 doesn't really do that, but you can still get thrown in a lot of weird situations where you just like are fairly defenseless. I'm trying to see if I can do a freeze. Yeah, the spacing on those like jumps forward and backward gets weird. I'm trying to fucking slide. Ah, I fucked up the input. Oh well. Yeah, MK1 is like, it's definitely more unpredictable from what I understand. I mean, I know I once CC'd MK2. I haven't really done it with MK3 or UMK3, but if I bother to, I feel like I could learn just enough tricks that you would need to get that done, you know? And I'm sure you, like, MK1 has tricks too, but from what I've seen, it's basically like speedrunning and 1cc'ing and whatever, like all these games, it's all about manipulating the AI, and MK in general, like, especially 2 and 3, of course, they're notorious for, like, the AI cheating. But the thing about AI, like, latent AI cheating, see the way I could jump over that is so silly. Dude, why does this not work? Forward, down, forward, high punch. Let me consult my ultimate God Fist guide here, see if it says anything different. Nope, forward, down, forward. High punch. Like, it's all about manipulating the AI tricks, and the more, like, the harder it is, so to speak, like from a, you know, design standpoint, it was deliberately made to be hard. You know, the more it cheats, basically, the more predictable it's going to be. Dude, my fucking back. Yeah, the input, it just drops inputs in a weird way. And MK2 is the one I'm more familiar with, and there you can, like, really manipulate a lot of stuff very, like, stuck. You can manipulate certain things, like, very reliably, and it's honestly, like, it's more reliable the higher a difficulty you're playing on. So some of the earlier matches, like, yeah, the game doesn't cheat as much. You can sort of get around with doing stuff, but on some level, like, playing on very hard is easier than playing it on medium, because it just becomes more predictable. And sort of in that sense, my understanding of this MK1 is less sort of predictable like that. There we go. Okay, sure, let's take an extra jump and just hit him a foot away from his face. Sure. That's like a perfect example of the weird bugginess in this. Like, I was too close to the corner, so he couldn't jump backwards. So he'd, like, jump the other way, and then he made an extra jump to get far enough away. Like, Liu Kang's fatality is also really weird in this, because it's like, instead of hopping forward and kicking like a certain distance, he sort of like floats towards the opponent and doesn't actually hit with the kicks, just like a dash animation. It's yeah, the juggle throws pretty sick. Oh, okay, that that's not a real combo. I mean, yeah, AI's got moves in this game, that's for sure. sometimes if you're really lucky, you can hit them with a jump kick as they're coming in. That could be something that's like fixed in this version, because I can't remember if I've ever actually managed to do it in this one. But you can, if you hit them in midair with a jump kick, sometimes the game just freezes and their life bar just drains down to 0 and you kill them in one hit. Usually you can get like a free hit, like in the arcade as well, like when they come in. But it's extra weird in this version. See, like, the way I can hit this is bizarre. But yeah, the spacing is weird, you know, so... Actually does his little his wind pose in this version. It's a nice touch. He doesn't do that in the Mega Drive version, of course. Yeah, like, yo, it's so hard to like get out. Like, getting the cannonball to come out is also kind of weird. So you have to like do the input slow enough. Dude, the way they fucking combo into throws in this is just absurd. There's like no hit stun. They just connect with the normal. It's like, ah, fuck it, let's just throw him. It's like the game noticed that I was in throwable range. Like, forget what state I was in. Doesn't matter if I'm airborne. Doesn't matter if I'm being juggled. Doesn't matter if I'm getting hit. Oh, the spacing ends up being so weird. Okay. Yeah, I ripped out her nothing. Finishing bonus, yeah. That's no fatality. Oh shit, we were in Goro's lair, so I was like, wait, was that Endurance 3? But I think that was Endurance 1. We're on our last credit. Doing pretty decently, though, I have to say. Given that we lost on, like, the second or third match. We're doing okay. Audio is so fucking terrible, though. Oh. Yeah, you don't want to be cornered. That's bad news. Dude! Oh, my fucking... cannonball. It's funny, though, like... also the way the spear... the way you get reeled in, it's, like, super choppy. It's so weird. There's so many situations like that where you, yeah, see, like that, you jump back and they shoot a projectile. Yeah, you're punishable on hit on low kicks, by the way. That's the same in the arcade. A lot of the time they throw a projectile and you like jump back, and it's like the timing is such that in the arcade they would have absolutely sniped you in the back jump, but here, you know, weird stuff ends up happening. Let me look this up super quick. I'm curious if there's like cheat codes. I can't remember, because I know MK2 has codes for like additional credits and other stuff. So I'm just curious to see. Start with 10 credits, Japanese version. Okay, that's a cool thing they added here, apparently. I guess maybe the other versions don't have the same credit limit. At the Acclaim logo screen when Goro appears, press left, up, right, up, left, up. Alright, cool. Player 2 control CPU. Okay. Fighting Reptile. Okay, no other cheats, I guess. Alright, but left up, right up, left up. I guess we'll try that. We might knock it down to easy just to see if we can get to Goro and Shang Tsung. There we go. Okay. Took like 3 tries, but there was a little pink sound. So I guess that was it. Johnny Cage's weird green pill. I don't know. It's like an energy. Oh, it's a Stardust. What was it called? Stardust shot. There we go. Let's do easy. I always liked it way better than his weird arcing knee slap from MK2. I liked in MK11 they gave him as the MK1 projectile again. Alright, let's rock with Raiden here. I guess we'll see. Hopefully we'll make it through a couple of matches before we find out if the credits code actually worked. But yeah, this version is it ain't great. Yes, I think I've maybe punished him there. It's hard to tell. All the positioning and spacing is like, it's all weird. I don't know if the Mega Drive version exactly plays that much closer to the arcade, but it's not this weird. Like, it's much more responsive. Like the like, I'm sure it mattered to a lot of people. Not gonna pretend it didn't. Yeah, I'm done. Like, I can't get out of there. But it's not like it's the presence of the blood and fatalities that make the Mega Drive version better. Like, oh, okay, that was a cool hitbox. There's like, this game doesn't really have that much of that stuff anyway. And like, some of these fatalities are pretty cool. I like this one. I don't think it's better than the arcade necessarily, but I think it's just as good. Like, I don't think it's worse. I mean, the Mega Drive version has, like, you know, if you don't enter the code for the blood mode, whatever, the fake fatalities, whatever, are incredibly lame. It's just like, you know, Sub-Zero does an uppercut. Like, I can't even remember what all of them are or what they look like, but it's like, it's terrible. At least here, they, you know, they made up for it. So able to get chip in with some weird crouching kicks. Crouching kicks are so terrible in this game. Like, it's weird in MK. Like, some normals just have no purpose. Her projectile is so weird. Like, her startup is so long. Oh, okay. I input the sweep, and then I got hit, and then the sweep came out. Yeah, I'm fucked. What do I do there? MD version has some 100% juggle combos. I mean, yeah, that doesn't sound like the kind of thing that would ruin the integrity of this game too much, to be honest, you know? See, the fact that I could block that is so weird. That I would never have been able to block that in the arcade. There we go. Shooter with some mysterious thunder. It's not like the points really matter. I mean, for playing on easy, for being in the first 2 matches, like, we're getting dangerously close to losing. But yeah, I don't really have a lot of... I have, like, some instincts, like, you know, crouching at the beginning of matches in case they start off with a projectile, which isn't too uncommon. Dude, I held block. And, like, I was in my idle animation. I like to think I was... You know, I should have been able to block there, but... I like how this version has some mysterious hit stop that's, like, surely not supposed to be there. We hit the killing move and stuff. Like, these games, you as mentioned, like, you're vulnerable. Oh, yeah, okay, sure, thanks. Just combo me for 40%. When you wake up, but you can cancel your wake up animation with a crouch, or like a crouch block. See there? Like, but it's not like, doesn't quite feel consistent. Oh. Dude, he was fucking on danger, and oh my god. Oh, it's like playing through syrup. Oh, we got the 10 credits at least. MK1 can already kind of feel like you're playing in syrup, but this version is extra. Dude, I'm like so eager to play the US version, if it's worse than this, just to experience what it's like. You know, I played the PAL version growing up, but that was, you know, 30 years ago, so it's not like I quite have that fresh in memory. Couldn't land the Diamond Crusher. Definitely bothers me how the shadows on the pit, like on the stage, the bridge, like they just blend into the background. It looks so weird. That move's pretty garbage. Like, that's the thing about these old MK games. As much as I enjoy them, as much as I like a lot about these games for a lot of reasons, like, it's very clear to me that when in doubt, throw. There's a very, you know, there's a lot to indicate that the developers kind of didn't know what they were doing. Such as, like, certain moves. I mean, most people didn't know what they were doing making fighting games at this point, so it's not like... It's critique that's not as harsh as it probably sounds. Fatality is kind of neat. But, you know, you have moves that, like the Diamond Crusher, like, it takes forever to come out. Once you hit them with it, it's not like it's a, you know... Nothing's guaranteed off of it. It's not like plus on block. It's like, it's just nothing. You have these, you know, cool animations and interactions, but there's no seemingly conscious thought put into how it would actually be used, like, strategically in a match. I mean, I think some might argue that they didn't really know what they were doing until MK9, and even then, that game has a lot of bizarre weirdness. Dude, I cannot believe I actually got out of that. Not over yet, though. No. Oof. Oh, okay, shit. Like, the PS2 games are, like, super weird. Hey, what's up, Malone? Yeah, we usually go pretty late on these streams, but we're, this is our last game for the night. Yeah. Liu Kang's flying kick is a good example of, amazing AI cheats in MK1, because he can, like, track the player's location. Like, if you time it correctly when he's about to do it and you jump, like, he can hit you when you're up by the life bars. Like, he will just go up, like, up. You see? That's how he's supposed to fly. Like, that's the that's the normal, actual version of the move. But when he did it before, he actually went higher up in the air, and sometimes he can go, like, weirdly super high. But yeah, like, I think just, you know, most people who played and enjoyed Street Fighter 2, myself included, for sure, like, for many years, had no understanding whatsoever of the intricacies of the game. Not just, like, from a strategic, competitive play standpoint, but just, like, the concepts of frame data and... You know, because obviously even Street Fighter 2, for as shockingly, you know, well-designed and fully formed as that game is, like, it's got some incredibly whack stuff that they got rid of pretty quickly. Both on a kind of a system level and individual character stuff. Like Guile, one of the reasons Guile is top tier in World Warrior is just a simple thing. He's got the far jab. You know, Street Fighter 2 has a lot of normals there that change depending on distance. You know, I have a close version and a far version. And he has the far jab that is like extremely long range, which gives him very easy like re-dizzy combos. Because he can, you know, he does his little dinky jabs like 3 or 4 times. And then when the opponent gets pushed back a little too far, he does these like super far jabs and he connects 2 or 3 more. And then you get a like re-dizzy, like stun combo. And that's like, well, he doesn't really need like, no one needs a jab that's like that far reaching. Like that's a weird move to have. Now we figured that out. We take that away from him and that move never came back, you know? But also like random damage and like random stun. You know, the 1 in 512 chance of getting a special move to come out when you just press a button, that kind of thing. Like, you know, they were trying a lot of stuff. Some of it stuck around. A lot of it stuck around. Most of it stuck around, but some of it didn't. And, you know, it stands to reason that, like, most people, you know, whether they are making games or not, like playing a game like that and are inspired by it, they don't necessarily understand what goes into replicating a game like that. And I mean, to their credit, the team that made this game made a game that was highly successful, you know. Clearly they didn't need to get those things right to have a successful game. But as we talked about during one of the Kamen Rider streams, when I talked about the weird antagonistic relationship between members of the MK5.org, later Mortal Kombat Online forums, where a lot of people felt that anyone suggesting that MK games change in any way towards the direction of something like Tekken or Virtua Fighter, they were considered the enemy. Because those were the bad games that weren't fun, like Mortal Kombat. But like when MK eventually did change in that direction with MK9, like much like I had felt at the time, like, yeah, you know, the people complaining about, you know, don't wanting MK to change, they wouldn't know the difference anyway, and they would still appreciate it. And I felt that's exactly how it turned out. And I think, you know, you could probably maintain the identity and feel of these games while still acknowledging that there are things that you could learn. For example, like, you probably want to make sure that every move that a character has, like, fulfills some kind of purpose on some level. Like, if you have a special move that takes, like, 25 frames to come out and is unsafe on hit and does the same damage as a standing kick that has better range, like, why is that move there? And those are the kind of things that I think these games are, like, filled with. Oh boy. I still think that, you know, I still like these games. I still find MK1 and 2, like, fun to play. I think they are certainly as competitive games, like, very flawed. Or as you know, as fighting games, like, from a mechanical standpoint. But they're still fun to play, and there's, like, so much about them to really love that I don't, like... You know, I jokingly, like, I don't hesitate to make fun of the stuff that I do think is kind of subpar. And I think looking at the, like, the PS2 era stuff, like, it's, to a degree, more excusable for a 1992 game to be really weird about those things than for a 2002 game, you know? Yeah, they didn't know what they were making, but people didn't know what they were playing either. I don't know that I would completely, like, subscribe to what you're describing, Crunkman. Like, I don't exactly disagree. I guess for me it's just like an important distinction to make that there's no level of irony to my enjoyment really. Not to say that you're implying that, but like for me it's not a matter of it's a so bad it's good kind of thing or anything of the sort. I enjoy it for what it is. Like as a kid I legitimately loved and thought it was fucking awesome. Like it was I guess around the PS2 era games when I was like getting more into, like I remember distinctly being into Tekken, and then when I got a chance to play MK4, I thought MK4 was the shit, you know, I thought the game was awesome. So clearly at that point I didn't really understand fighting games, you know. But at some point after that, I guess, dude, these combos are fucking sick. It was clear to me, like, I bought the PS2 games, well, I had them on Xbox. I enjoyed them a lot, but they were also, like, they were games that I wished I could enjoy on a mechanical level. I mean, I think MK4 is, like, it's pretty ugly and weird and wacky. Like, I don't think it has a lot of appeal above, like, the 2D games. Like, I remember watching, like, downloading QuickTime videos of the fatalities, and thought they were, like, amazing, like, fucking cinematic cutscene quality. Like, I just thought it was sick. I do remember that, but I also kind of remember very quickly, like, being annoyed with the fact that there's so many, like, shared animations between characters. Like, in the old games, like, yeah, everyone has the same basic set of normals, but they'll have different hitboxes and stuff. But in MK4, it's like, alright, so half of the characters do, like, a ninja martial arts looking jump kick. Half of them do a drop kick. And we just take those two poses and just, like, distribute it throughout the cast. There's, like, 4 win poses that characters just, like, randomly use. There's, like, no characterization in animation, which is, like, a gigantic thing to, like, omit in a fighting game. But, like, the animation and, like, the character's expression through gameplay, it's such a major part of what makes a fighting game appealing. Like, it's kind of incredible that MK managed to create characters that people, like, gravitated to and connected with, sort of without having that. They had, like, special moves, but they're so, like, compared to most other fighting games, the characters are defined to such a small extent through what they do in game. Like, yeah, there's rich kind of backstory and setting and theme, which does a lot of heavy lifting, and it does so very well, and it's great. But again, you can kind of look at the later games when they actually finally kind of started to do that successfully. Okay, my block just didn't work. Where you can get a sense of who Kano is as a character by watching how he fights, you know? But you don't really get that in this game, you know? You don't really get that in MK3. You certainly don't get it in MK4. You really don't get it in Deadly Alliance either. It's like MK9... It's... Well, there's a lot of MK9 in MKDC, to be honest. More than I think most people would think, given what, like, a leap that game felt like. But... yeah, there's, like, so much stuff like that I think MK didn't really have, and what they had to make up for it was, of course, like, the digitized actors and everything, and that has a huge appeal. I love that shit. I always have. And of course, you have the individual performance. Like, even if you know, they direct them the same and say, like, throw a kick about yay high, you know, do a spinning back kick, do a sweep. Every actor is going to bring something different to even something as basic as that. And I mean, that's the thing too, like, I always, I can't say I always liked the characters that he portrayed per se, but I always liked Rich DeVizio's performances. He plays Kano in this game. He plays Baraka in MK2, Kano and Cabal in MK3. Like, he just has, like, great form. Like, his kicks look awesome. And that's basically, like, how I would judge the coolness of an MK character. Like, if they can throw a convincing high kick, I'm probably gonna like them. Several characters in MK3 can really not do that. And as such, I don't really like them. So, you know, you have aspects like that that go into... That form some amount of, like, expression of a character that's unique to them. But you still, like... It's impressive, I guess, like, with how far the game goes to make the characters, like, homogenous and not, like, expressive. They don't have any dialogue, they don't, you know, they don't talk, they don't... You know, just think of all the things you see in games like Street Fighter or Fatal Fury or Samurai Showdown or wherever else. Like, they have a unique fighting style, they have voices, they have, like, you know, lines of dialogue or special move names. They have, like, you know, win quotes after matches. There's, like, so much of that that's just, like, oh, the punching just fucking doesn't work. Okay, that's fine. Oh! Okay, cool. I got comboed. Note to self, don't fucking win with the torpedo attack. This port is something, alright. Dude, Raiden's punches are just fucking non-functional. People... Oh my god, I did the same thing again. People hate Raiden's high punch. Dude, the punching is extremely messed up in this game. You guys, like, so stuck in it. Oh my god.
Johnny Cage wins.
Yeah, I mean, like, there's, not to sell anything short, like, there's unbelievably high, like, production values isn't the right word, I suppose, but, like, I don't think we've actually played Liu Kang. Like, yeah, they really nailed the vibe and the tone and, like, how it's presented. There's a lot that's, like, very genuinely super well done in these games, especially, like, with the sort of scrappy nature of, like, the very small development team and, you know, all that. Like, it doesn't have, like... You know, by MK2, it's a bit of a different story. But for this game in particular, like, it really... gets... You're not really supposed to be able to combo that like that, I don't think, by the way. It has that, you know, grimy, you know, kind of VHS feel to it, that like... Even if it doesn't necessarily add to it per se, like, it's very compatible with what the game is what the game's got going on, you know? I pressed the kick button a couple of times and Liu Kang just started stuttering. That was cool. Yeah, check this out. He just slides over from full screen. That's not how that's supposed to look. If you time it correctly, or incorrectly as it were, you can have the opponent fall down and you, like, whiff. There we go. I don't have very good mashing technique. So you, like, whiff the kick and he just does an uppercut on nothing. But you can kind of do that in the arcade too, but it's funkier in this one. Oh no, I mean, like, the overall vibe of what they're going for with the realistic actors and everything, like, that's a huge part of it. But I mean specifically, like, the fact that this game in particular, like, the footage is kind of weirdly washed out because the lighting and video capture quality wasn't the greatest. I mean, it was the best anyone had ever done, really, but, like, there's definitely something about this that doesn't feel polished, at least not in a conventional sense, kind of, compared to something like Street Fighter 2. It has a, I mean, I guess some of that maybe comes with age. Like, I don't think I thought of it that way back then, really, but especially in comparison to the sequels, like this game has such a uniquely kind of grimy feel to it. I don't know if grimy is the right word exactly, but dude, like, it's like not even worth commenting on, I guess. It's like so many extremely weird things happening in this fairly constantly. Alright, so how does this work? Oh yeah, you do knock him down. I wasn't sure, I couldn't remember. But yeah, like when you do Liu Kang's fatality, like in the arcade, in the Mega Drive, or like every other version, I guess, he sort of jumps a set distance with that little flippy kick. And if that whiffs, you just sort of whiff and you can do it again. And when you hit, like he actually hits with the kicks, you know? But in this version, he doesn't. He just sort of dashes over and he scoots over at like a set speed, regardless of distance, so that the travel time is the same. So if you stand like full screen away, he sort of flies across the screen. Not exactly fast, but a little faster. But then we stand close, like the animation just like sort of happens slowly as it like barely moves. It's super weird. But I guess also, like, as far as the griminess and how it works, it wouldn't have had to have been a conscious thing, really, you know? Like, it could absolutely work to the game's benefit on a subconscious level. Or, like, something you couldn't necessarily kind of put into words, you know?
Liu Kang wins.
It's just a sort of happy accident in a way. Well, not an accident exactly, but just a confluence of factors that ended up working to the game's benefit. Being able to combo that is weird, but it's pretty satisfying. Oh, shit. The screen is so fucking narrow. Yeah, there's no turnaround jump kicks in MK1. Oh shit, that counted as a fatality. Shit, I didn't realize that was Endurance 3. Wait, why did I do the wind pose again? And also the screen just went black. Oro looks pretty good. He's, like, pretty small. I guess he's not maybe that big. It's been a while since I played the arcade version of this, too. I don't know what he's doing exactly. Oh, dude, like, fucking jumping. He walks so fast. He just keeps walking forward. Dude, how far am I knocking him back? This is so weird. But yeah, I mean, there's definitely a, you know, 80s VHS canon films sequel vibe to MK that was never really present in any of the sequels. I think, you know, it formed its own identity, which I really like too. So I don't necessarily. It's like I miss it and I don't. Like it's cool, and I like it, and it's like it would have been cool to see more of it. But it's also like, how would that even work? Like, could you even recreate it? Like, I feel like you couldn't do it now for sure. Like, it's just a product of its time in such a way that it's hard to imagine how you would capture something like that again. But I also think, like, you know, with the sequels, they went way crazier with the, like, supernatural stuff, like the mythological stuff, and, you know, it goes into, like, science fiction very quickly. Like, it's not very present in MK2, like in the game. But in the comic, like the you know, the John Tobias comic, that's like the just like for MK1, like he did a comic that tells like the backstory to the game. That you could order, like the attract mode in the arcade will advertise the collector's comic. And the MK2 comic book, like I feel like the MK1 one is like more well known. Like there's a bunch of artwork from it in like the Super Nintendo manual and stuff like that. But the MK2 comic has a lot of stuff. Like Sub-Zero is introduced like flying the Lin Kuei airship. I don't mean like a weird pirate like Super Mario 3 airship, but like a hovercraft spaceship, like the X-Men jet or whatever. And he's like wearing a business suit, introducing himself to Johnny Cage or whoever, like giving him his business card. Like, okay, so the business card stuff isn't very sci-fi, but he's got this like futuristic hovercraft. And yeah, the stuff you get to see of like the you know, the special forces is also definitely, I mean, it's got kind of like a G.I. Joe sort of vibe, I guess, with like, you know, sort of laser weapons and explosions and shit going on. Like, it's not necessarily full on cyber initiative, like actual robots and time travel and whatever else, but it's like the seeds are very clearly sown right there. Like it's there's more of that stuff, or like the stuff is there in a way that it wasn't really for any of the MK1 stuff. Yeah, we're dead. Dude, the fucking jumps are so weird. Like, the spacing is all fucked up. Try Scorpion. I haven't really played that much. And, yeah, I mean, I think every era of Mortal Kombat has done some stuff that I enjoy and some stuff that I don't. But as far as the gameplay and everything, like, I think MK11 is awesome. Like, it's legitimately one of my favorite fighting games. Oh, okay. I don't think that should have connected, but I'll take it. And, yeah, I'm excited to see what NRS has going next. Like, there's a lot of rumors going around. This has been the case for a few years, but the rumors have been kind of surfacing again of WB looking to get rid of their game studios, which would include... Alright, last credit. NRS. Whatever that works. Like, the rumors that were going around, like, last year or so, were saying that NRS are probably working on MK12, because Injustice or other, like, WB/DC stuff is, like, not gonna make a lot of sense if it's unclear if the future of their ability to work with those licenses is kind of in the air. Yeah, you probably aren't gonna be, like, starting a big multi-year project that hinges on having that license. So that makes sense.
Johnny Cage wins.
So who knows? I mean, I'm excited to see what they've got coming next regardless. And, like, MK11 sets up, like, basically complete and full carte blanche to go anywhere they would want. I mean, not to say they wouldn't have that anyway, but there's nothing... There are no story threads to really follow up on after MK11. While at the same time, any story they would choose to tell All right, it's done. That's the run. Any story they would choose to tell could still fit in just as well with that, because I mean they've already established, like MK9 established time travel as a thing, and MK11 basically established like the multiverse as a thing. Well, we're not necessarily going back to the Great Kung Lao. The Great Kung Lao is seen in a video at, you know, it doesn't, like, that's what I mean, like they could do literally anything. And I honestly would be happy to do, like, to see some kind of a reboot. Like, I like how this series has gone a lot of different places and been sort of malleable. Like, I'm not interested in seeing, like, well, I shouldn't say I'm not interested, because I'd take that too, but like you know, like MK9 sort of, you know, remade MK1 and MK2 and MK3, introducing some other bits and pieces here and there, but it was basically kind of the same thing with some slight changes in terms of, you know, main story beats and characters and whatever. And it would be it'd be nice to, like, have some broader changes, I guess, in terms of, like, which characters are there at what point in, like, not referencing any specific points in the timeline, like, not, you know, the same way you would, for example, like MKDC, I guess, is a good example. Like, if you were to cross over Mortal Kombat, if you were to do something where Mortal Kombat is represented in the context of not within its own timeline and story, but just like, what is Mortal Kombat? You'd bring a version of Scorpion, a version of Sub-Zero, a version of Shang Tsung. You have this kind of, you know, the basic idea of who these characters are. There's no concerns really with, like, the specifics of the order of events. You just, like, you have the premise of who they are and whatever, and you build something new from there, where you're not locked down by any continuity or anything. Just, like, do whatever. And if you want to do something that's, you know, exploring a different part of the timeline that we've never seen, I guess that would be fine too. But, you know, I'm always advocating, like, loose continuity. Like, being a slave to continuity is just, like, just a bad idea. There's nothing to be gained, really. Like, the new games we see now, like, they make changes like that all the time anyway. So, like, I'm fine with that. I'd be happy to see it, you know. But I'm also, you know, I'm hoping, you know, this year is Mortal Kombat's 30th anniversary, right? So I hope that gets acknowledged one way or another. I felt like I had some kind of train of thought for something I was going to say, or trying to say 10 minutes ago, that I forgot what it was, because it was just got sidetracked by all of this. But, like, the thing is about, like, whatever you might say about what the what MK11 hints at what's possible for the future. Like, if you look at most of the games, some of them tease something or, like, hint at something, which I'm sure at the time was, like, the ideas they had for what they would do next. But it's not at all, like, you know, the ending of MK11 is, like, Liu Kang is Emperor of Netherrealm. Raiden is, like, full-on Dark Raiden from Deception, and he's, like, not issuing a challenge, but, like, more or less, like, proclaiming, what's the word? Like, declaring war on, like, between Earth and Netherrealm. Setting up Liu Kang as, like, the main antagonist for MK11. And it's like, yeah, they didn't they didn't go against any of that in what happens in MK11, but that's, like, a super tiny sliver of, like, it's more like they dutifully followed up on that to a tiny little amount. But, like, that's not the plot of MK11 at all. Well, the thing is, I don't think there needs to be, I'm not saying there can't be any continuity at all. You can reference something that has happened previously, but I think it's like having each new entry in a series be like forced to fit into a narrower and narrower puzzle to like have it make sense and be like beholden to what's said. Like I said, MK always played fast and loose with that stuff. They established some stuff, they changed stuff on the fly, and they say, whatever, they retcon whatever. Like, and I think that's the approach you should take. Characters die and come back to life. It's, you know, it's fine. And I think it's more like MK is more plot heavy than most fighting game series, but as I've said many times over, like I think fighting games are wonderful for delivering characters and world building and interactions between characters, but I don't necessarily think they're a fantastic vehicle for delivering a plot. And that's fine. We can have some light story elements, but I'd rather have like a premise and a setting. Like, all right, gotta beat Shang Tsung or Shao Kahn or whoever. And you can play as any character. You beat the game. You get an ending to show you, you know, this is what could have happened if this is how the things go down. And then for the next game, they say, well, okay, let's just this one ending was interesting. Let's pick that as a jumping off point for the setting of the next game, and not necessarily have like this super intricate storyline. Yeah, I don't know, but I think like they established that kind of thing. Like on one hand, they've been loose with it. On the other hand, they actually have they've sort of cherry-picked, I think, things to kind of latch onto and build off of, and that has felt like it's felt consistent. I mean, I think that's really cool what they've done with the 9X and 11. Like, it didn't necessarily feel that way when MKX came out, but with MK11, it's very easy to look at those three games as like their own sort of self-contained trilogy of stories that kind of fit together. And they do fit together remarkably well for how all over the place they kind of are. But I like that they have their like sort of main storyline, but then they also have the arcade modes with all the crazy what if endings and all that kind of stuff. So they sort of get to have the cake and eat it too in some capacity. But yeah, I'm always going to be excited to see what comes next. I just hope that the next game, like on the one hand, I loved MK11, which was very different from MKX mechanically. And I could see like if they want to mix things up, then the next MK might be another like super crazy, you know, wild offensive rushdown, crazy movement, you know, 50-50s for days kind of game like MKX was, which, you know, I could still have fun with that, I suppose. I liked MKX a lot too, but I just liked MK11 a lot better when it came out. But I would love to see, like, I don't know, I think there's so many systems that you just kind of nailed in MK11, just really tuned into in a way that I find really satisfying. But admittedly, I do tend to like fighting games that are a little more dry. Like Virtua Fighter, I love, and I think MK11 is like, gets kind of close to Virtua Fighter in some ways, which is really cool. But I'm excited to see what ends up happening. But regardless of what they do in terms of timeline and canon and whatever else, continuity, I wouldn't necessarily phrase it the way Taco just did, redoing the PS2 trilogy, but I think it's extremely high time that they acknowledge those games. At the time, I bought those games, I played those games, I enjoy those games, but I also were very frustrated with them because I really wished they were better. Like, on every level, really. I thought they had some cool characters, some shitty characters. I thought they played very clunkily. I thought the art was ugly. Like, I still look at Deadly Alliance and there's a lot of costume designs and character designs that I liked back then that I still like. Some of them I've kind of grown to like, or like can appreciate in a different light in the context of the games that came afterwards. But the actual 3D models are like not nice looking. They have a very weird like action figure-y look. They have a very kind of like generic like base model that's like repeated throughout the different characters. Like, you can easily tell that like Johnny Cage and Quan Chi and Jax, they have like the 100% exact same anatomy. Every character is the exact same size and shape, and they have a lot of shared animation. Like, there's a lot of stuff like that that I just think, I mean, in a lot of ways, it's a step up visually from MK4. But Deadly Alliance also marks the point where they completely sort of cut ties with the digitized real actor look, which I always found really sad, you know. And it's honestly cool with MK11. It's kind of the first point where they're actually looking like real people again, which is exciting. There's a lot of stuff that I have opinions on, positive and negative, with MK11's character designs, but it's cool that they actually look like people again. And I would love to see them incorporate some of the old actors and having their likenesses. It would be really, really cool to see. A lot of the 3D characters, fine and conceptually interesting. They were completely let down by the game. I think that's true for sure. I think that's very true with some characters. And that's the thing. Like, I think it's... I feel like there's a lot of aspects of those eras of, you know, those games in that era that is seen as, like, maybe internally in NRS, or I don't know, as sort of not a stain on the series name, or you know, that's maybe a harsh way of putting it, but like not worthy of bringing back. I don't know. Like, I was honestly surprised that we didn't see more of it in MK11. Like MK9, yeah, for sure. Like that's the you know, that's focused very clearly on the original arcade games. And MKX was like, all right, the last game was retreading old stuff. There weren't really any new characters. Let's bring a lot of new characters. Let's like do new stuff. And that was super exciting. And I think MKX had a lot of great new characters and new cool stuff. And then MK11 was a little bit of kind of going back to like MK3 with a lot of stuff in the characters and whatnot, but then also like going crazy with the plot, multiverse type stuff, and like mechanical refinement. I think MK11 ultimately has a fine roster, but it's not like... I like the roster in MKX better, I feel like. But between the three of them, like none of the games, like Bo Raicho is a DLC character in MKX, and that's pretty much it. And it's, yeah, there's so much stuff. Like the thing is, even the stuff that's terrible about those games, and there certainly are characters, like I think Su Hao is like, he's a running joke, and they like, well, he isn't the running joke. Him being a terrible, irredeemably shit character is a running joke, which I like don't agree with. Yeah, Kenshi showed up. That's right. He was in 9 actually, even, but he was in X as well. Tanya was DLC in X as well, but whatever. Like, the thing is, like, Kenshi was a character I felt like that was universally kind of accepted in a way, and Bo Raicho is a dumb joke that had like weird levels of storyline significance by his connection to the White Lotus and everything. So even like, it didn't really feel like those token representations of those games in the modern ones wasn't really much to scratch that itch, I think. But in any case, yeah, there's like Frost. I forget that Frost is in MK11. Yeah, and she's like not... Frost was on my wish list of characters I wanted to see brought back, but the way they brought her back is like, oh, she's a dumb robot. Like, I don't like that. But like, the thing is, even for a character like Su Hao, who I personally disagree with, like, yeah, he's a shitty character in Deadly Alliance, but, you know, the thing is, I would have said that Nightwolf was kind of a shitty character, Sindel was kind of a shitty character, Stryker was a pretty shitty character. I certainly never cared for Ermac or Rain or Noob Saibot or really Smoke. Like, those guys are barely even characters. There's a lot of those guys where some of them may have had a redesign in Armageddon or Deception that sort of kind of looked cool. Like, I think Sindel, I think she looks stupid in MK3, but I thought she looked kind of cool in Deception. But every single one of those characters, when they were brought back in MK9, every character was sort of overhauled in a sense. As I mentioned, like none of the characters ever expressed who they were in their fighting style, in their animation, or in their like depiction in game. But with MK9, they gave a lot of those characters some sort of flavor and some sort of style and some sort of vibe of who they were. And MK9 was still very light on that compared to X and 11, but they were kind of getting there. And I think every single character in that game was like not necessarily cooler than they had ever been, but a lot of the characters that I wouldn't have thought of as interesting, cool characters, like Nightwolf was a character I never liked, but in MK9 he was like, it's kind of cool. There was something there. His alternate costume with the wolf pelt, like, dude, they kind of made him cool. And that's the thing, like, I don't think there's a single character that isn't redeemable in that way. The thing is, ever since the original games, they've not been afraid to reinvent and change characters pretty drastically between games, whether it's like weird storyline twists and turns, or completely changing the look, or giving them completely new moves. Like most characters have totally different special moves between each game. There's like, they might have like one recurring move, but like it's, you know, especially in like the PS2 era, like a lot of characters just have totally different moves. So nothing is like really sacred in that sense. So it would be weird to me to look at someone like Su Hao and say, well, he looked stupid in this game. He was a dumb, bad, weird character, so he would be dumb, weird, bad. Like, dude, they fucking put Tremor in MKX. Granted, there was a weirdly vocal fan base of that character, which I don't understand. He's like the shittiest boss of a non-character in the shittiest MK spin-off game that's like barely half a game. Like, yeah, I guess people like ninjas, but I don't see how anyone could look at Tremor in MK Special Forces and say, ooh, that's the guy we should bring back. Even of all the characters in that game, I'd be much more interested to see Tazia or No Face than Tremor. But they totally changed him, right? He is this weird rock golem of a, like, I don't know, fucking stone wizard. He's definitely not a ninja, but he's got a mask, at least in one of his styles. Whatever. A lot of people liked him, like he was super strong, so a lot of people, myself included, wasn't a fan of, you know, watching him in every tournament, maybe. But, you know, they took a character and made something out of it. Like Scarlet, I thought Scarlet was cool in MK9. I mean, she wasn't a real character before then, but it's like red ninja lady. All right, let's do some weird blood ninja thing out of that. I think Scarlet in MK11 is also a cool character, but I definitely dislike her for like supplanting and replacing the Scarlet we previously had, who I liked better. I just like her fighting style and her vibe, I think, was like more to my taste and preference. And I don't imagine, like, if Scarlet were to come back in the next game, I feel like she's going to be a lot more like MK11 Scarlet than MK9 Scarlet. Yeah, she's cool, but she's not Scarlet. That's kind of how I felt. But the point is, like, you could, in my opinion, take any character from Deadly Alliance or Deception and boil them down to like 3 keywords or whatever. You just build a character around that, and that could be something cool. Like Su Hao, yeah, he's a big Mongolian wrestler with some sort of cybernetic heart implant. Like, yeah, I think, like, dude, how can you not think of a cool character to make from that? Like, you know, nowadays they actually can make proper grappler characters. And given that between like the MKX variation system and the custom moves in MK11, there's definitely characters that have kind of a grappler. You can play them kind of as grapplers. But I think you could absolutely bring back Su Hao and like just make him the purest grappler character that is in the game. Like, build him around that, make him big, because like characters can actually have different sizes now. They didn't back then. And like, yeah, make him look a little less stupid, and then that's, you know, that's gold right there. Nitara, I think, is super cool. Like, I love her. Like, she's definitely one of the cooler characters in MKDA, and it's like baffling to me that they didn't bring her back, because not only did she look cool, she's a vampire. Like, that's such a instantly interesting thing to do stuff with. Like, MKDA and Deception, like, brought a lot of things to the universe in terms of characters and locations of these different realms and stuff, and a lot of it hasn't really been, you know, been revisited since. Suha keeps stealing all his shit. Yeah, but or Kano steals Suha's shit. Yeah, but like, you could make the two of them different. I don't think. Not saying that you're making the argument, but like, I think it's a weak argument to say that you couldn't make them distinct. Like, I'm sure. I mean, you look at King of Fighters and you have Joe and Robert being Kyokugen karate practitioners, and like, they have the same. Well, not in every game, but in some games at least, they basically have the same moves, you know, the same techniques, but they still end up playing quite differently. So I think that's something that MK also should not be afraid to do. Like, have characters that have the same fighting style or the same whatever, and just like have it be different enough for it to play meaningfully differently. But yeah, Nitara, like I said, her being a vampire and what that whole thing means, like, that's opening up avenues of storytelling that haven't been explored, I think. And she has wings. She could have flight and air movement. You could easily build mechanics around drinking blood and draining health. Like, that right there are like gameplay gimmicks or like game design aspects that would instantly set her apart from other characters. So like, that's, I mean, it's easy. I think Mavado was a terrible character in MKDA. He looked sort of stupid. He looked okay, but his main thing with like the bungee cords had like a terrible comedy sound effect, and it looked really stupid. He was just shooting out these cords and slide around the floor. His fatality was one of the worst in a game that is known for having terrible fatalities. But like, I thought a lot about this. And like, during MKX, like, MK11 turned out to be a very different game, so I don't think it would have worked there very well. But in a game like MKX, I think you could absolutely have a character like Mavado built around like mobility, like using his bungee cords to like give him like an 8-way air dash, give him like, you know, swinging moves, give him super unique movement, and give him like weird cross-ups and like insane juggle combos where he flies across the screen. There's no other character like that. Tanya actually had a little bit of things like that in MKX with the Naginata version, but I think that could make Mavado like a really interesting character. Like, the thing about MK11 is it doesn't have room for that much stuff of that vein, because it's just a much more reined in game in general. But Fujin actually has like a little bit of that kind of thing. Not, you know, just a tiny bit. But I think that would make Mavado really interesting. Now, granted, there's characters like Jamin, who I don't know what the fuck you would do with. I'm sure you could, but yeah, I wouldn't miss him. But yeah, Cobra is legitimately one of my favorite characters. Not for anything that we ever saw of him in the games. Like, I mean, visually, I do like his design. But I think he, like, his backstory makes for a fun idea of a character. Like, Cobra is like a guy who got into martial arts because he fucking loves like hurting people. You know, he is a violent psychopath. Like, I look at that character and I think of so many like story and like character beats that sort of write themselves. Like I feel like you know, the thing about him being like recruited by the Black Dragon, like I can very easily picture a relationship between Kano and Cobra where, you know, most people would consider Kano to be kind of a crazy person, kind of an unreliable person you don't really want to deal with at all. But it's funny to picture someone like Cobra being someone that Kano is like very uncomfortable with because he is so violent and so, you know, so into the idea of hurting and maiming people. And I feel like that would get like they're having that sort of personality and not be like, you know, more villain type characters who are more grounded in something we can sort of understand, that aren't like, you know, gods or aliens or people from other worlds with like motives that feel so unrelated. Like he's a very simple character. Like he's probably like, I could see why he would get along with Kano and the Black Dragon. He's probably very greedy and likes money and whatever else, but he also like doesn't, you know, ultimately he just wants the backing of an organization or a situation within which he can hurt people. You know. So I feel like, and not only that, but like you combine that aspect with Cobra being like a karate practitioner. Like there is no one in current MK that really uses like traditional karate fighting styles. So like have him be the kind of you know, not necessarily like the Ryu type character, but more like, you know, give him like a proper Kyokushin karate fighting style, like Jin in Tekken or something, or like Jean Kujo, I guess, in VF. Have him like combine sort of that fighting style with, you know, kind of like you know, like Brian in Tekken or Go in VF, like that sort of psycho violent, you know, dude personality. I don't know, I feel like there is a great character there. And on top of that, like in my headcanon, Cobra would be introduced like in the MK11 sort of timeline as a rival to Cassie. And also Cobra is, because he's like into martial arts and fighting, he's also a huge fan of Johnny Cage. So you'd get these like amazing interactions where he's like a completely unhinged lunatic who likes to murder people, but he's also like very concerned with making a good impression on Johnny Cage, his like movie star idol. I don't know. I feel like there's legitimate character drama and like some pretty funny comedy to mine from that. Because yeah, like that's what I was thinking too with like Kira. I thought she was a cool character. There's like nothing to her really, but she was a pretty cool visual design, and you know, if the Black Dragon is supposed to be something more than like one person, it does make sense to have more characters representing that organization, right? And yeah, like, you know, if the whole combat kids and the next generation of characters are going to be a thing, and yeah, I think Cassie was a great character. You know, keep Sonya, Jackson, Kano around by all means, but introduce Kira and Cobra as like antagonists for, like, have them be the same age as Cassie and Takeda and whatever. Like, I think that would be fucking great. Like, I guess we're not gonna get that, but that would have been great. It's pictured Cobra and MK1. Like, yeah, I think Cobra, like, for me, like, my short list of characters that I would want to see, like, brought back and like, that I think have, like, huge potentials to be, like, great characters. Cobra's right up there. Nitara for sure, as I mentioned. Like, I think there's so much interesting stuff you can do with her mechanically. And on top of that, like, she's just such a distinct character in so many ways. People love Havoc. I don't really give a shit. Like, my tastes and opinions are so, like, backwards from most MK fans, I feel like. But like Shujinko I think is a cool character. I mean, he's a dumbass, the story in Deception is pretty dumb. But conceptually, like this old master who like uses moves from other characters, like I've always liked that as a fighting game sort of archetype. Like I thought Seth in MK4 Street Fighter 4 was awesome. I mean, Seth is very cool in Street Fighter 5, and they made something really interesting out of that character. But just the core concept of someone that like mimics or like absorbs knowledge and skills, like it's just kind of cool. And I thought with MK11, like, man, they had such a perfect opportunity to create something super unique with Shijinko. Like, with the system they had in MK11 with the custom moves, like, they should have made Shijinko a character that is, like, completely designed around, like, having a massive list of, like, all these different characters' moves and being able to combine them in different ways. Because in MK Deception, for those who haven't played it, Shijinko is the main character. Shijinko, whose name, by the way, means main character in Japanese. He's the main character of the story mode, which like is the backstory, the sort of setup to Deception, where he spends his entire life doing tutorials and learning the fighting styles of other MK characters, and also doing fetch quests for people, including basically handing over the Kamidogu, the godly instruments of power, whatever, to the bad guys, allowing them to resurrect Onaga, the Dragon King, who's the final boss. But he trains with all these other MK characters and he learns their moves, and so he has like his moveset basically is like he's got Scorpion Spear, he's got whatever, I don't actually remember. I think he's got like Ermax Lift. He's got like 6 special moves or something, all from different characters. And I think you could take that and you can like you can make a cool old master character anyway. But MK11 is so, I felt, particularly well suited to that because they have that system where you can pick and choose and like create these different variations. So you could have like a character that like has basically no moves of their own, but they can like put together a larger selection of other characters' moves or whatever. I don't know. But I think Shijinko is super cool. I would love to see him again. And he represents something like aesthetically, visually that we like. There aren't many old people like. I think he would be distinct. I mean, granted, like in MKX and MK11, you have like gray hair, Liu Kang and Kung Lao and MKX and whatever, but it's not like really the same thing. Who else? Like, I'm trying to think of Deception. Like, Deception, I think, had... I liked DA a lot better than Deception in terms of the new characters and stuff. Like I said, Su Hao, I think, has potential. I would love to see Frost again. I didn't like what they did with her in MK11, so I guess she's fine to sit out another game. But, like, yeah, another, take on that, like, the Sub-Zero Ninja, Lin Kuei, whatever, would be sick. Just trying to think, like, who's even in 6? Yeah, Kenshi, like, he's been around. He's a known quantity. I'm fine with seeing him back. But in terms of, like, actually bringing back characters we haven't seen. But yeah, like, Kira and Cobra, I guess I would love to see both of them. Hotaru and Havoc, like, it's, again, I feel like those characters are, like, I don't really care for them. But if they were to come back, I'd be thrilled to see what they would do with them. I'm sure they could come up with something. That's the thing, like, I feel like some of the only characters I struggle to picture that with, it's like, what are they called? Taven and Dagon, the main characters from the Armageddon story, because they're like such nothing characters. Oh yeah, Dairo is also like a extremely nothing character. I don't even know what to say. Darius, I think, is again, like, he's a vibe. He's this like 70s blaxploitation kung fu movie type of character. There isn't like necessarily, like, he's also like in the story he's this like revolutionary, like, rebellion leader or whatever. He's one of those characters where, again, like, you take the key component of that concept and you make it, not to make a new character, but like you build a character around that. And yeah, I don't see why that wouldn't work. for sure. And yeah, that's like yeah, like the Shaw brothers gray hair, like exactly the old master. That's the vibe you get from Shijinko, because like he isn't a mentor type character, but he's more like the kung fu movie old master final boss sort of guy, I guess. But like yeah, because Sporaicho I don't think ever really fulfilled that position very satisfyingly. Anyway, that's even just talking about characters, by the way, because one of the aspects that I think that era of MK did so well, that legitimately is like, doesn't need a bunch of qualifiers and asterisks or whatever, that's the stages. Those games had absolutely some of my favorite stages in any MK game, and a lot of them has not come back. Like, a lot of MK stages have come back in a lot of different games. Like, we've seen the Pit, we've seen the Living Forest, we've seen variations of Shang Tsung and Shao Kahn's thrones, like throne rooms in the arena and stuff like that. Like, some of those, you know, Deadpool, a lot of those have come back in a lot of different forms. But, and you know, in the later games, we even have stuff like, what's a good example? Stages that aren't exactly like recreations per se, but like similar sort of themes. Like, there's a stage in MK11 that's on a ship, and I don't think that's necessarily meant as a callback, but there was a ship in MK Deception, the Nether ship, and even that stage in turn felt very much like a callback to the movie. So you get some like recurring kind of themes like that, but and there's been various sort of special forces base type stages and stuff. There's like the Sky Temple in MKX, which to me definitely felt like a callback to the Sky Temple in Deception. It even had like the lightning storm and everything. Definitely one of the cooler stages in MKX. Another ship in MKDA. MKDA has like 50 stages, like a shit ton of stages. I can never exactly remember, because I know the Deception has the interior, but there's like 2 different Nethership stages, I think. In any case, some of my favorite stages for sure, like the Wuxi Academy in Deadly Alliance, looks so cool. It's like, dude, you could so easily make a cool like 2D stage with these giant statues. Like, it's an awesome stage. There's the Dragonfly. You're like on this flying Dragonfly vehicle kind of a thing. Super cool. There's like the Drum Arena, which I don't know that the arena was like that memorable itself, but it had like the music is like really, because that's like kind of the last time Mortal Kombat had memorable music as well. But it's this very like loud drum percussion. You see these like giant dudes like banging on drums in the background. It's a super cool stage too. Deception, like I said, I like the Sky Temple with the lightning storm. Probably my favorite stage in the Wuxi Academy might be my favorite, but a damn near second place is the Yin Yang Island. I love that stage so much in Deception. It's this island that's like stuck on the border between 2 realms or whatever. So the gimmick of the stage basically is like you're on this tropical island. It's like a sunny beach with palm trees, and there's this like joyful calypso music playing, and every now and then there's like this flash and it sort of transforms to another like the dark version, and it's like this horrible dark storm. The palm trees turn into like these snake whatever like giant snake things, and you get this like dark sort of metal soundtrack, and it sort of like flips between them. And I want to say that there's like in the sunny version there's like yachts or like cruise ships in the background, and they turn into these like evil looking nether ships, I guess, in the like the dark version. It's just such a funny, goofy coincidence. Um, but it's a weird stage, but it's I love it so much. It's super fun. So yeah, I think that there's stuff like that I would just love to see them revisit in a new game. Raiden's name, by the way, it's only spelled with a Y in the Acclaim published console versions. I'm not sure exactly if it's ever explained the specifics of why that is, but my understanding is that it's something to do with fear of legal action or some kind of connection there, presumably with the Raiden games or something like that. I'm not sure how the details went down, but yeah, for the first game and maybe MK2, it's spelled with a Y on the consoles, but it was always spelled with the Japanese spelling in the arcade games. Anyway, I could sit here and talk about Mortal Kombat for hours. I can and I have. Whenever we get to see what's next from NRS and Mortal Kombat, whether it's some kind of anniversary, remake, collection, reboot, whatever, whether it's MK12, whether it's Mortal Kombat versus DC2, we'll have a lot to say about it then, I'm sure. Yeah, I don't know, Kabash, like, I guess it's not been super clear, but it's also like, I guess it depends on, like, it could be argued in a lot of different ways, I'm sure. But maybe it's because, like, SNK had a character named Raiden. Maybe it's because of the Raiden games. Like, it could be that something is established as already existing, and then you, like, I don't know, legal copyright shit gets weird. So who knows? It might not be that there was an actual legal threat. It might just be someone being skittish about it. Or who knows, maybe just someone who fucking thought it looked better that way and they decided that that's how it was gonna be spelled. Who knows?
Raiden.
But yeah, like I said, in the arcade games, it was never spelled this way, so who knows? It's definitely an Acclaim thing and not a Midway thing. Because Midway had nothing to do with any of the home versions. They only ever made the arcade games. Up until they stopped making the arcade versions altogether. But yeah, I can feel my life force seeping out of me slowly. I'm getting quite tired, and I should probably go to sleep. But I can start by stopping the timer, I guess. This has once again been a absolutely delightful evening of viewer requested fighting games. And we will do more of these in the future, I'm sure. We will wrap up and confirm as delivered, whatever it's called, the community challenge thing, whatever. We're done with that, and starting tomorrow we will begin raising funds for the Viewer's Choice versus Fighting Game bonus stream number 17. We will do that tomorrow as part of tomorrow's stream. We will be back in I guess a little bit less than 12 hours. Oh boy. For a big unboxing stream. I got my latest shipment of games and books and some other doodads from Japan. So I will be going live around 1 p.m. Central European Summer Time, or that's my aim anyway. That's what the schedule says. And there's going to be a lot of just chatting tomorrow as well. We'll be unboxing a lot of stuff. Maybe we'll have some time to actually play some games. No promises made there. We'll see. But I think it's going to be a lot of fun. We haven't done one of those streams in a while, so we will discover some interesting things in that box, I am sure. Now, if you guys will just stick around for another 2 minutes or so, I will figure out who else is streaming so we can raid them. That helps out my friends who will be rating, which in turn helps out me. It's always nice. So let me just figure out who is streaming something interesting. Let's see. It's always like 50,000 channels. We'll see what's appropriate. Well, we've been doing some Big Friday gaming, and it looks like Duke Donuts is doing Big Friday gaming. So why don't we join his channel? He's always got some interesting stuff going on. I would say Duke Donuts, one of the premier just chatting streamers on Twitch. He's got the hottest spreadsheets and the biggest Friday gaming. So that sounds like a good stream to me. As mentioned, I will be back tomorrow. I hope you all will do well and be well for the next 12 hours or so. And I hope to catch you then for some serious Saturday unboxing. Till then, thank you very much for watching. Take care, everybody. Bye.